Connect two before while Lavender gets her cogs moving. You've got to connect those two via any means you can, but through people, through connections, whether it's sports teams, whether it's collaborations, relationships, whatever it is. Get me a connection, Lav, between Valentine Holmes and Nathan Buckley. I'll paint the picture. Lavender is staring up at the roof, puzzled look. What's going through your head, Miss Bai?
Absolutely nothing. Like, I'm never in my life have I blanked more. I couldn't name you a single identifying piece of information about either of them.
So I would start with Valentine Holmes. Just start going through some things he's done in his career. Don't go to the it's been a recurring theme on the show, but don't go to the white powder substance he had, because that doesn't link it. Although you could maybe link it that way if you want.
Oh.
Is your brain going anywhere? So Val Holmes,
there's not a single thought.
He's playing tonight against the Sharks. Who did he used to play for? This clock is ticking. We got to get to the
actually hear.
We got to get to the footy.
I'm like, okay, cool. I can go Queensland Origin. I can go like Kalen Ponga. That gets me back to New South Wales, which I could have also just done direct from Val. Adam Goods is a co-owner of Western United Football Club.
Is he?
He sure is.
Wow. The team based in Melbourne in the A-League. Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
I think he's an investor of some sort.
Yeah.
That's just a fun fact. That's got no. I was going to then go, you know who likes football? Errol Goulden.
Yeah, it's not
but that still just takes me back to the Swans.
To Goods, yeah.
I'm so fried. You're just going to have to give it to me. Okay,
so Valentine Holmes played for the Sharks before the Cowboys. Premiership winning captain was, with the Sharks, Paul Gallen. Played with Paul Gallen. Paul Gallen now likes to box.
Punch on.
He's boxed against Barry Hall. Barry Hall played with Adam Goods. Adam Goods won the Brownlow in 2003 as he shared Brownlow with Nathan Buckley.
Yeah, my brain didn't have the capacity for that one today.
All right, nearly time for us to get to the footy. What are we looking forward to this weekend?
Swans.
We got Swans on Friday night against Port. There's Geelong v Brisbane. There's the Cowboys v the Sharks. There's Roosters v Manly.
And you know what? Nothing else matters.
There's the Wallabies
as well. If the Swans win, that's all we care about. If the Swans don't win, this show is cancelled for the rest of the season. We will not be back.
Take Lavender's word with a grain of salt. I am not as biased. I still care about the other teams.
I don't.
Thank you, love. Wallabies as well. It's all, you can hear it all on ABC Sport. So fire up your ABC Listen app, take it with you, and you will be there for every moment of finals. Best time of the year, September. See you next week, love.
Bye.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Victorian prosecutors say they will consider employing a rare legal tactic to re-prosecute driver William Swale over last year's deadly crash in Daylesford. Christian Silver reports.
In a highly technical decision, a magistrate yesterday ruled William Swale could not stand trial on serious driving charges over the tragedy at Daylesford last year. Mr Swale was suffering a medical episode when he veered off the road and crashed into people outside a pub, killing 5. Today, a spokesperson for the Office of Public Prosecutions said they would consider taking Mr Swale directly to a county court trial in a rarely used legal manoeuvre known as a direct indictment. As things stand, the case against Mr Swale has collapsed, meaning nobody will be held responsible for the deaths and the injuries from the crash.
A man has faced court charged with murder following a fatal house fire in the state's northwest earlier this week. The court heard 40-year-old Swan Hill man Bruce Lee was taken to hospital and later taken into custody after the blaze on Wednesday night. The body of a 41-year-old was later found inside the property. Police allege the accused deliberately lit the fire. The man will remain in custody and face court again in November. The Victorian Greens have attacked the state government for progressing plans to redevelop Melbourne's public housing towers. The government today named the next 2 high-rises to face the wrecking ball, with residents in Richmond and South Yarra to be relocated while the rebuilds take place. A resident-led challenge of 2 previously announced demolitions is still before the courts. The Greens' Gabrielle Di Vietri says the government's commitment to increase social housing at the sites by 10% is laughable.
It is a laughable number of apartments that they are promising an increase when we have a huge public housing waiting list and swathes of public land that they could be building public housing on.
Experts say the rise of homeschooling is not solely because of COVID, but the pandemic was a shot in the arm for most families to make the choice for their children. Official data shows more than 43,000 Australian children are registered as homeschoolers, more than double the number recorded in 2018. A senior lecturer in education at the Queensland University of Technology, Dr. Rebecca English, says homeschooling does not impact children's academic performance or socialisation.
And often it is the playground that might be the reason why parents choose to homeschool. For example, if the young person is bullied at school or is struggling to make friends at school, then they may refuse to go to school, and school refusal is a huge issue that leads to homeschooling.
US Vice President Kamala Harris says she felt a great responsibility when President Joe Biden decided to drop out of November's election. Ms. Harris spoke about the moment during a star-studded campaign event led by Oprah Winfrey in the key battleground state of Michigan. The event was live-streamed and has used celebrities, including Jennifer Lopez and Meryl Streep, and stories of ordinary voters to promote Ms. Harris's message. The Democratic candidate says there's a lot at stake in the upcoming election.
What is at stake in terms of fundamental freedoms? What's at stake in terms of fighting against hate and those efforts to divide us? Mm-hmm. And I do know that I'm in a position to do something about it. So I felt a great responsibility.
Now to sport. Robbie Fox has come into Sydney's preliminary final team to face Port Adelaide tonight at the SCG. The utility replaces Swans captain Callum Mills. Geelong veteran Zach Tui has been dropped for tomorrow's preliminary final against Brisbane at the MCG in favour of defender Tom Stewart. The Lions have made no changes. Now to the weather. There's a gale warning for the Central Coast, the Central Gippsland and East Gippsland coasts, and a strong wind warning for the Bays, the Gippsland Lakes and the West Coast. For the state tomorrow, mostly cloudy, scattered showers near and south of the ranges, isolated showers over the Wimmera, the Northern Plains as well as East Gippsland. In Melbourne, morning showers tomorrow in a top of 17, Sunday cloudy 19, Monday also cloudy, a top of 20, a possible shower Tuesday 23. It's currently 12 degrees. ABC News.
Come on. ABC Country is Australia's home of country music.
Man, I feel like a woman.
Good Lord, someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jay Dale's got a history.
If you want to cowboy on a white horse, riding out into the sunset.
ABC Country. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series.
The moment of truth has arrived.
A lot more pressure. You can feel it. The crowd's a little bit louder.
What you really want to play for. You get to this point of the season and it just goes up again. Every game you win from here, the bigger the next. There's no more second chances.
Give me my moment, step aside.
Gathers, shoots, kicks the goal. Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line. And mighty good there.
The drop punt. He's gone and the building is jumping.
Kick up towards the logo. Heaney! He defies the laws of gravity.
And pass to Cameron. Oh, no. Cameron. Oh, no. You're kidding me. That is wizardry. Jeremy Cameron bends a drive as Sharon's not meant to bend that way.
I want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you care?
Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. Taylor made for September. They've blown the premiership race wide open.
Left foot kick from the champ. Oh, wow. That is brilliant.
Give me my moment, step aside.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Shots on the big sticks on the run. Curls it back.
He likes it.
And this young blood star continues to rise.
Hard out to the left. He starts in the gutter. Danaher comes in. Fires on goal and puts it through. What a
reputation-shaping. Supporters remember these tight finals and what you do.
Just wide of Rioli, couldn't reel it in. Burgoyne's waiting back though, and he jams it through off a snap. The son of a gun, Jace Burgoyne, on the big stage like his old man. Rampy from 55, and right all the way home.
Straight to Cameron, over his shoulder, cue the music.
I want them big bright lights, I want that center stage. All eyes on me, ain't this why you came?
Nana hooks it around the body, and the Cats have flipped this final series on its head. Handball away to Heaney. Heaney from the middle of the ground, from the centre wicket, whacks it for 6.
Give me my moment, step aside.
The kick's on its way. It looks all right. It is through.
This moment's mine.
And he runs towards the crowd and says, get up and about.
Right foot drop punt. He smashed that through. What a kick. Running past, throws it on the leg and pumps the miss.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. It's there. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Finals.
And we're not done yet.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Give me my moment, step aside.
The Harbour City is the place to harbour grand ambitions tonight. For the winner, a place on the grandest stage in footy awaits. It is preliminary final night. The Sydney Swans versus Port Adelaide. The stories of these two clubs can very much be told through their senior coaches. For John Longmire, he is trying to book a place in his 5th grand final as coach of the Swans, still chasing a second flag after 3 straight unsuccessful trips to grand final day. While for Ken Hinkley, this hurdle has been the stumbling block in the past. Tonight he enters his 4th preliminary final as coach of the Power, hoping to make it through to that one day in September for the first time as coach. It is the genuine footy lovers' favourite weekend of the year. Before the sponsors and the corporates bump in, the diehards are here. They have come from all over the country to cheer on their team and hoping that they make it through to qualify for the game that matters most. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage. This is Finals Footy. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It is a flawless day in Sydney. 24 degrees was the top. A clear day. The temperature at the moment 21, and it is not expected to get below 18 during playing time tonight. The Sydney Swans and Port Adelaide first up, and then tomorrow Geelong and the Brisbane Lions to decide our grand finalists in 2024. You'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. There is no late change coming in. So the sides as selected. Robbie Fox, who comes in for the injured Callum Mills, is the sub for Sydney, and the sub for Port Adelaide is Francis Evans. I'm very pleased to say the man sitting alongside me to call it all with me is Clint Weldon over from the West. Hello, Clint.
Hello, dear Corbin. It is fantastic to be here. What a sight Sydney was today, as you said. Magnificent conditions. And what a sight the SCG is as well. Red and white fans pouring in. We know Port have had a few problems getting their supporters here. They'll be here late, though, and there's a small smattering to the left of our broadcast position at the Paddington end right now. The question is, as so often, how much weight do you put on past history? Port have won their past 8 against the Swans. The last time Sydney saluted, Alir was wearing red and white, and Malcolm Turnbull, whose seat at the time, Wentworth, the SCG actually falls within, was the Prime Minister. And more recently, with history, round 22 this year, when Port Adelaide belted the Swans in Adelaide by 112 points. But the minor premier remain the red-hot favourites for tonight. So it is an interesting question where how much weight do you put on past results compared to the efforts throughout what has been the most ridiculous and wonderful and crazy season that we've seen in a long, long time?
They are the most previewed games of the year. It feels like whatever sort of statistic you want to lean into to try and make your case, there's a number to support it. We got 2 men here that have played in preliminary finals. First of all, wouldn't be a weekend of the footy on ABC Sport without Adam Ramanaskas, the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. You've been on this weekend in the past. Rama, what is it about prelim weekend? Welcome to you.
Oh, look, they're just special games, and good evening to all. It's really, if you think about a season as a whole, this is the game you want to get to as a team, because then then you can qualify for a grand final. So this has got to be the goal, and then the ultimate goal is obviously to win a premiership. But they're extraordinarily tricky, these games in prelim finals. I'm a big believer prelim finals come down to matchups, get the game on your own terms. But both teams will be nervous, no doubt. And I think, Clint spoke about past history with these teams. Well, the most recent past history is 112 points. Yeah. And that's a hard history lesson to forget about for the Swans. So I'm fascinated to see how they start this game early.
It's a phenomenal backdrop to think that we're getting a preliminary final with the number one team in the competition. They're on their home deck. They start as favourites. And yet the last time they met, they lost by 112 points, and they haven't beaten the opposition since 2016. It fits perfectly, doesn't it, in the wacky season that we've had in 2024, that this is the game in front of us on prelim final night. Just repeating, there's no late change. Francis Evans, the sub for Port Adelaide, and for Sydney, it is Robbie Fox. Matthew Primus, former Port Adelaide player, captain and former coach. He's with us tonight on ABC Sport for the journey. Of course, he's the current coach as well of the Southport Sharks, who have a sneaky grand final coming up on Sunday. So, Matty, we're very happy that you're with us on Friday night. Appreciate you being with us in Sydney.
Oh, it's terrific to be here. To come to a great ground like the SCG, walking in here and seeing all the red and white, but hearing the power chants. And as Rama said, prelims are just the best. They're normally the best games. They're close. They're hard fought. Teams have come from different ways to get here. Port made it a little bit harder by themselves after week one in the finals, and Sydney had that gutbuster against the Giants and then had a week's rest. So really looking forward to it. And not only the form, if we're talking about horses, we'd be all over Port Adelaide. Oh yeah, previous form and all those sorts of things. They've won the last three at the SCG, but that sort of goes out the window a bit. But the belief that Port would have from what they've done against Sydney would stack up. And no doubt the coaches would have laid that down on the line through the week.
So let's start there. What does it count for? Does it count for anything? It's such an unusual record. No other team in the competition has won more than 3 in a row against Sydney, and that's Brisbane. And in fact, most teams lost their last start to the Swans. So to think that any team has strung together an 8-year winning record against the Sydney Swans is unthinkable, and yet that's their opponent on preliminary final night. Does it mean anything when the ball's bounced tonight?
I think it does, Rem. I'll go back to my playing days. We could never win here when I played for Port Adelaide, and going to the Gabba for about 6 years in a row playing Brizzy when they were the bee's knees, you went up there wanting and hoping to win, but deep down, I don't reckon your whole team thought they could because they were so dominant. So Port's belief, their mindset will be great. Now, that might disappear after 10 minutes if Sydney come out and blow them away, but your mindset straight into it is, hey, we have a game plan that's held up for a long period of time.
And I also think, I know it's been a long period of time, but there's matchups that coaches will go back to, that they go, okay, this has worked. This is why we've been able to have a winning streak like that. So I'm sure Ken Hinkley will be thinking that. There'll be certain aspects of Sydney's game that he knows he can go after. So, but there is a part of it that you go, yep, it does mean something. But there's another part where you go, well, the preliminary final's simply different. So you come back to the qualifying final here. Sydney hadn't beaten GWS in a final.
Yep.
3 times had a go at it, couldn't do it. And then they come out, okay, GWS looked all over, and then last quarter they win the game. But I think this is slightly different because I just think because of the last game, 112 points. And if you look at any statistical measure in that game, Port Adelaide completely dominated that. And it was such it's such an un-Sydney-like performance. But then you go, well, hang on a minute, Port Adelaide won 8 in a row against Sydney.
Yep.
So there must be something that they know. And I'm a bit like you, Matty. I'm fascinated to see how the first 10-15 minutes goes of this game, and just to see what Sydney what Sydney want to do. I think if Port Adelaide can stay in this game, they'll feel quite comfortable.
Absolutely.
But I think Sydney, they need to get off to a hot start, get the crowd involved, get their good players involved.
And it hasn't been Sydney's go, has it? Good starts. The second half, last quarter teams. And they play similar styles. They're both big territory teams. They rely on getting the ball inside 50, scoring really well, or locking it in there and scoring off front half turnovers. Both teams are massive in that regard, and that's where that centre bounce battle is going to be huge.
25 minutes away from the bounce, Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Weldon to call the footy, Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Primus, our experts in the combox. Declan Byrne is with us on the boundary. We'll check in with him in just a moment and go inside both camps before the bounce. There is some precedence for this, would you believe, Rama? 4 times in VFL AFL history, a side has lost to an opponent by 100 points and they've had a return match in the finals. So that I guess the scenario that we're seeing play out here. Interestingly, in 3 of those 4 matches, the side that was beaten by 100 points won the final. So that's in Sydney's favour. Okay. The only one that ended in defeat was decided in extra time. So it goes to show that the side that's been pumped in the regular season has bounced back in a significant way come finals time. So
how far back are we going there?
So there's 4 examples. First one was 1958, which was North losing to Fitzroy, and then North beat Fitzroy in a semi. In 94, the Hawks lost to North Melbourne by 127, then lost in extra time to North. In 1998, round 10, the Saints lost to the Swans by 101, and the Saints then beat the Swans by 2 in the qualifying final. And then in 2010, which probably needs a little asterisk here, this is Fremantle who lost to the Hawks by 116. The Dockers left a fair portion of their team at home.
14 players at home.
Down to Launceston, and then the Dockers came out and beat the Hawks.
That bought the buy-in.
And just
AFL moved on that after that.
Just on that game, by the way, 6 players different for the Sydney Swans, so they have 17 returning from the last time they met. Port Adelaide have 21 of the 23, so there's only a couple of players different from a Port Adelaide point of view.
It is worth mentioning too that after that loss in Adelaide to Port Adelaide, the Swans haven't dropped one since. We spoke to Logan McDonald in the West a couple of days ago, and he actually spoke about it, said, point frank, that was an appalling performance. But he said it was the players more than the coaches. The coaches actually gave the players some time off.
They did too, yeah.
And the players got together and spoke as a group about how that was an unacceptable performance. They took complete ownership of the way that they went about it against Port. And we've seen, despite some very nervy starts from the Swans, some outstanding finishes from them since that just, well, I would say shock of the season result, that 112-point loss.
And usually that's got to be the way. It's got to be player driven in those situations. You can, like Sydney were up to that point the best team all year, but then they got a bit of a shock, and now we're in a prelim final.
No late change coming in. Robbie Fox for Sydney and Francis Evans for Port Adelaide are the starting subs. The Banner crews are ready to go. The Guard of Honours have been lined up, so we're awaiting the arrival of both the Swans and the Power. The umpires are on their way, and we're going inside the Port Adelaide camp with Declan Byrne. Declan.
Thanks, Corby. Yeah, we're down here with Chris Davies, the GM of football for Port Adelaide. Chris, you've been at Port long enough to experience a few prelims. What was the mood like this week?
Oh, look, the mood was really positive. We obviously had a really good performance against Hawthorn last week, and the guys were able to turn their attention pretty quick to what is a massive task here tonight.
There's that classic thing of playing your grand final too early. It was a huge win last week, but how do you bottle that positivity and take it into this game?
Well, I think our guys have shown all week that they've got the ability to do that. Certainly we've trained well. We feel like we've got the game that can challenge Sydney if we're at our best. And our challenge here is to bring it out tonight.
Let's talk about that game where you won by 112 points. Did that shock you at how big that margin was, how well you guys played, and how much you did manage to curtail Swans?
Yeah, I mean, there's not too many games against Sydney in my time that you go in thinking that it's anything other than a 50-50 game, and we certainly went into that game feeling like that. I think that was one of those performances from Sydney that I'm sure that they would be putting to one side. In fairness, we've had a couple of those this year as well. One a couple of weeks ago against Geelong that you end the game thinking nothing went right, and I'm sure that Sydney would have felt that against us that game. But we think we've got the game to challenge Sydney tonight. At our best, it'll mean getting our hands around the footy, getting enough of the ball there, and providing some supply to our forwards.
We've had the much publicised post-match antics from Ken Hinkley this week. What did you have to do with it, and how much time did it take up for you dealing with the AFL and everything?
Oh, look, it took up half a day, really. I mean, I was already inside the rooms when it happened, so I didn't see much of it firsthand. I obviously watched a bit of the video back. Ken put his hand up very early on and took his fair share of the responsibility for that, which I think it was exactly what he should have done.
So Dixon and Burton come back in. What do they bring to the side tonight? What are you hoping to get out of them?
Well, I mean, Charlie's obviously a massive presence for us up forward. He's been such a big part of our group for a long period of time, and also provides that second ruck option as well, which is important to us. Certainly with Todd Marshall out, Charlie was the obvious replacement. Charlie was named in the team last week and would have played if he wasn't Crook. Ryan Burton again comes back into our team. Some great ball use off of half back. He certainly gets us going off of that half back line. It's really important that we've got players in our that sort of area of the game who can challenge Sydney's defence. So both good additions to the team for this week.
Massive game ahead. Good luck.
Thank you.
Chris Davies, the footy manager at Port Adelaide, alongside Declan Byrne, boundary side. And as you can hear in the background, the Port Adelaide Football Club have made their way out alongside him, bursting through the banner, hoping to make it through to the club's first grand final at AFL level since 2007. Under Ken Hinkley at Rammer, this is now a 12-year journey that he's been in charge. Fourth time that he gets back to the preliminary final weekend, but they have never made it any further than this.
And it's a great conversation to have, and it's a longer form conversation, and Matty's probably better to answer the question, but how do you judge success as a coach? He's a 12-year coach, Ken Hinkley. He's taken a team to finals. He's taken teams to prelim finals. Is that a measure of success? Now, he hasn't got to the ultimate. He hasn't got to a grand final, but only one team out of 18 can win a grand final every year, and they're extraordinarily hard to make. But I believe he's been a successful coach.
We talk about the burden on Sydney and the fact that they haven't beaten the Power now for 8 years and everything else. Is it a burden for Port Adelaide that they haven't got past this step in the past?
Yeah, it is, because they've been a very successful team. If you keep making top fours regularly, not every year, but regularly, you're probably hoping to get it one grand final look, and that gives you a chance to win one. And that's been the argy-bargy, I suppose you call, over Kent's contract over the last few years. And now they get another opportunity. I suppose you have 3 or 4 years, you get a bit of grace about not quite getting done in the finals, but eventually that pressure comes. But, geez, to find another coach that can continually bring a team up to be top four all the time, they're hard to find also. So it'll be really interesting, 6 to 12 months what they do here, but we'll get through tonight's game first.
It is, people do make the point, no grand final appearances, but a fourth prelim appearance in 12 seasons.
It's fantastic.
That's an amazing effort.
I couldn't agree more.
And those prelims, some of them have just been lost, not as if they've choked on the big stage, they've just lost.
Well, 2 of those, Hawthorn in 2014 lost by 3 points, and then the game against Richmond in Adelaide went down by 6. There was the terrible effort against the Bulldogs in 2021, but those 2 other ones, you're talking bounce of the football type stuff. And Ken Hinkley's made a grand final, but who knows what goes on after that, and we're not having this conversation. So I still think 4 prelim finals in 12 seasons is a remarkable effort.
Here comes the best team in footy all year. The Sydney Swans make their way out on the ground. They are the minor premiers, hoping to add the premiership to that in 2024. They burst through the banner, which reads 250 for Rampy, 200 for Heaney. So some milestones tonight, and they won't be too worried about that. The 2 men involved, the milestone they're looking for is another appearance on the biggest day of them all. Let's go straight into the Sydney Swans camp. Downstairs again to Declan Byrne.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm here with Jared McVeigh, assistant coach of the Swans. What was the mood like this week? Could you sense a different energy around the club?
Yeah, certainly it's a long wait, and today's been a long wait as well. But yeah, look, I think both teams understand what's at stake, and I'm sure there's a few nerves for everyone's, both teams. But look, we've trained well, we're ready, and we've set ourselves up nicely.
You talk about that long wait since we've had this pre-finals bye. There has been discussion about a team like yourself who miss a game there and then miss another game. So what did you try to do to combat that possible negativity of not playing?
Look, we trained hard on the Saturday, leading into this week. I think we've got a pretty good method. We've been in this position before, fortunately, and look, we still train hard on the Saturday and try and replicate a game, but being safe as well. I think that's the best way, just to still train pretty hard, but also get away with no injuries.
So you've played and coached now quite a few prelims. What's so special and fabled about these games? And people talk about how hard they are to win.
Yeah, they're so hard. I mean, we all know what's at stake, so that's probably the big thing. And there's always agony and ecstasy. It's both teams are just fighting right to the end. They're always generally pretty close, and both teams are in good form. They're always just hard and tough. It's and just hopefully we get this place rocking tonight, and you can get a few extra legs.
A game that wasn't close was the last time you played them. How much time did you spend on that game this week, or was it thrown out and not much learnt from it?
We spoke about on the after Port played against Hawthorn. The next morning we trained. We put it on the table that we're 0-8 against them, but in 2012 I think we're 0-11 against Collingwood. So look, we don't really think it matters, and I'm sure both teams will put on their best performance today.
What's the biggest danger from Port Adelaide's perspective tonight that you're going to look to get on top of?
Certainly the contest is the biggest part. I think it's always one with both midfields and both stars on both teams. So the contest, and now explode from that contest, whether it's to help our defence or out to the wing for ground balls, and then put their defenders under extreme heat.
Good luck tonight. Thanks for your time, Jared.
Thank you.
Here we go, the last word from both camps. Thanks to Jared McVeigh downstairs with our own Declan Byrne. Back to Declan for the conditions in just a moment. The Sydney Swans, so best team in footy all year. It is different though, isn't it, being the best team in footy on preliminary final night and have to try and carry that in. They are the most difficult games to win, and we hear that repeatedly. The other little wrinkle that's been added to this in recent years, the first 15 years of this final setup, the side that won the qualifying final, hosted the prelim, had the week off, had an 87% win rate. So more often than not, that carried the day on preliminary final night to make it through to a grand final. Since the introduction of the pre-final bye, that winning rate has dropped to 56%. So just over 1 in 2.
But I also think that is credit to the competition. The competition is getting more and more even.
Yep. So how much of it is rest versus rust? Like, is there an issue that now teams are...
I don't think so. I don't think any player at this time of the year, they'll take the break because your body's sore at this time. I just think the competition is just becoming closer and closer. If you look at Melbourne, how many wins they had this year, and to finish, what did they finish, 14th or whatever on the ladder? That's where the competition is going at the moment. It's so close and so tight, and it's what the AFL want on any given day. It's the any given Sunday NFL sort of motto that they go with. We want our teams to be able to win, and that's I think why you go back to 2016 when the Dogs had that favoured them. They needed that bye. And they go through and win a grand final. So I don't think it's because of having too much of a break. I simply think it's because the competition is getting closer.
What do you reckon, Matty?
Look, I'm a little bit like that. I think it's a bit how teams are travelling too. Some teams can, at the end of the year, be banged up, and some can have real momentum going. And if we looked at the first week of the finals, both Bulldogs and the Hawthorn were probably the foreign teams of the competition, weren't they? And unfortunately, they had to come up and play against each other. Where Port Adelaide, they wanted it, and then they had to quickly rectify it straight into playing Hawthorn, so they needed to get straight back into it. So I think it's a little bit of horses of how you're travelling towards the end of the year.
It'll be 13 days for the Swans by the time the ball's bounced, or by the time we're here, which is right now, since they last played in that qualifying final. The unfortunate news of the day came out of Geelong ahead of their preliminary final tomorrow against Brisbane. The Cats confirming that assistant coach Stephen King had a medical episode at the team's captain's run this morning. Now, Stephen has been taken to hospital for further assessment and was conscious when he departed Kidinya Park. So the club's priority is Stephen's health, and we ask the media to please respect Stephen and his family's privacy. But a scary moment today at training when the Cats were out on the track. The media was there, and Stephen King ultimately left in the back of an ambulance. So he won't be coaching tomorrow, and our thoughts obviously with Stephen and his family and everyone connected to the Geelong Football Club at this time. The anthem coming up next.
Cricket is back with live coverage of the T20 and one-day international matches between England and Australia from the UK. Live and commercial-free coverage on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the ABC Cricket button. ABC Sports coverage of the footy finals is in full swing on the ABC Listen app.
Doctor steady and pull the trigger!
But we also have a massive summer of sport coming your way.
It's gone before Australia have won!
T20 and one-day international cricket, the BBL and WBBL, the Women's Ashes. Plus, the Test series between Australia and India.
Unbelievable!
Take ABC Sport with you wherever you go with the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series.
The moment of truth has arrived.
A lot more pressure. You can feel it. The crowd's a little bit louder.
What you really want to play for. You get to this point of the season and it just goes up again.
Every game you win from here, the bigger the next. There's no more second chances. Gathers, shoots, kicks the goal.
Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line. And Marty got there.
The drop punt is gone and the building is jumping.
It's really hard to get to this position, and to be able to progress any further, it's even harder. And you've got the best teams playing with the most amount of pressure.
It's a prelim final. We've been here 4 times before in my time. We're desperate to get through this. We're desperate to get our opportunity, so there's a lot on the line.
I want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you came?
The first preliminary final, Sydney versus Port Adelaide, live from the SCG.
Hands it to Horn Francis. The rising star is a dead set supernova.
Handball away to Heaney. Heaney from the middle of the ground. From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Heaney, their hero.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. It's there. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Finals.
And we're not done yet.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Give me my moment, step aside.
Sydney is the epicentre of our sports world tonight. In fact, the Moore Park precinct alone. Next door, it is at the SFS, a NRL semi-final between the Sharks and the Cowboys. But don't worry about that. All the eyes and ears are on what's happening at the SCG tonight. It is preliminary final night. The winner goes through to the biggest game in footy, the Sydney Swans and Port Adelaide. We'll keep you updated with the NRL throughout the night. The two teams here might have finished 1 and 2 at the end of the regular season, had all the advantages afforded to them to be here on preliminary final night, and yet it's been far from a straight line to get here. The Sydney Swans had to come back from almost 6 goals down to pull it out of the fire against GWS in the last quarter in their qualifying final, while for Port Adelaide they turned around a 14-goal defeat in the first week of the finals to win last weekend by the width of the post and make sure that they get Ken Hinkley into a 4th preliminary final. It's all in front of us. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Wilden to call the action. Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Primus, 2 men who have experience on this weekend at AFL level, and Declan Byrne on the boundary. There is no late change. Robbie Fox is the sub for the Sydney Swans, and for Port Adelaide, Francis Evans will start as the sub for the Power. The teams are just going through their preliminary warm-up, and they're about to make their way towards the broadcast wing on the eastern side of the ground in front of the famed green-roofed grandstands for the national anthem and the welcome to country. Matty Primus and Adam Ramanauskas, some quick thoughts. Set it up for us. What are you looking for tonight, and particularly early?
Well, matchups, I think, Matty, is the most important part of it here. And then Port Adelaide owning the corridor, not allowing Sydney to come back through that corridor at the SCG. Could it be Warner and Wines, Heaney and Willem Drew, Cunningham, Rioli, Rowbottom and Butters, James Jordan? I think you go to Burgoyne. Burgoyne was terrific last week. Who goes to Papley? Who goes to Errol Goulden? There's not natural matchups for those two, so matchups become critical in the early part of this game. Get the game on your terms early, Matty.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the youthful midfield balls of Port Adelaide be the experienced guys in Sydney, and seeing both use their legs and the power out of there and give their forward lines both opportunities to score one-on-one.
Both these teams have been regulars on this weekend in recent times. Since 2018, the Power have played 8 finals. They've lost 3 prelims, while the Swans have played 7 finals. They've lost 4 of them, made it through to the 1 grand final in that time, of course, but they've lost their last 3 grand finals under John Longmire. The first part to make up for that is to win tonight and get themselves another opportunity. It is time for the Welcome to Country and the National Anthem. Mark Beretta taking care of proceedings.
The AFL acknowledges the Gadigal people, the traditional owners of the land we gather on tonight, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect all the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official Welcome to Country, please welcome Uncle Lloyd Walker.
Nagambi, Naigang Lloyd Walker, Gamri Daralanga, Gadaguguru, Nuranayang. Good evening, players, coaches, umpires, ladies and gentlemen, and families. My people moved freely between Sydney and the Illawarra until 1883, where our people relocated to La Perouse. I'd like to pay my respects to elders, past and present. A wise elder once said, the music from a piano sounds so much better with the white and black keys working together. I'd like to pay my respect as well to our Indigenous AFL players, our stars, for being such fantastic role model to our youth. So once again, a warm welcome to our traditional lands. In concluding, in Aboriginal culture, we don't have a word for goodbye. as we believe we'll see our friends and family again, even after death, in the dream time. We have a Darrell word, Nanda Wabi, Nanda for see, Wa for the future, and B for I. I would conclude with Nanda Wabi, and you can respond with Nanda Wabi. So get those game voices ready. Enjoy the game. Enjoy your night. Nanda Wabi.
Uncle Lloyd, thank you very much. And now, if you are able, would you please rise, remove your hats, and join with the coaches, the players, and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by Jacinta Gulisano.
Australians all their toss rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and world for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing advance Australia
The two teams break. The formalities are done. The Sydney Swans run away towards centre half forward at the Randwick end of the ground. It has been a glorious day in Sydney. Got to 24 degrees. It's currently around 20 and will not drop below 18 during playing time tonight. Port Adelaide running towards the goals at the Paddington end of the ground. Both teams in their home jumper, so Port all in black with the white and teal V. Meanwhile, the Sydney Swans in their traditional jumper, of course, with the outline of the Opera House, the red with the white chest and the red shorts. Umpires in yellow, Stevic, Du Bois, Stevens and Hosking. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Wilden for the call. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Primus, your ABC Sport experts. And the fifth member of our team in the front row of the grandstand is Declan Byrne. Declan, welcome to you.
Thank you, Corbin. It is humming down here, a big anthem. I was getting goosebumps, and we are just about underway. The Swans have enjoyed the biggest crowds in SCG and Swans history in 2024. They've talked about it this week, how they count on the crowd for that extra member to get them across the line. I was in a few WhatsApp threads that were panic stations when tickets went on sale. It was hard to get tickets. I think everyone who was in here 2 weeks ago looked to return to tonight's game, a prelim final, only the third ever here in SCG history. So the SCG drenched in red and white, no one lingering at those Paddo pubs. I think Port know they are in enemy territory as the captains make their way to the middle. Dane Rampy, the skipper, in his 250th game with Mills out. We'll see if he coaches from the bench like he's done for about 3/4 of this season. Dane Rampy in his 250th. Ken, 0 from 3 in prelims. The Swans, 6 out of 7 in the last 20 years. Both prelims here at the SCG have been decided by a point, both of them in the Swans' favour. So we'll see if we get another close one. And Port Adelaide, Connor Rozee has won the toss, and they will head towards the Randwick end. We are set to go down here at ground level, Corbin.
Thanks, Declan. Last word.
There is some serious noise with this crowd at the moment. There's a couple of pockets of Port Adelaide in the Bill O'Reilly stand over there, but Sydney,
there's a lot of red and white.
There is a lot of red and white. Look, I mentioned it earlier. I think the first 10-15 minutes of this game is critical. Get the game on your terms. Sydney want to take the ball with speed through the middle of the ground. They want to make the SCG as wide as they can. Port Adelaide own that corridor. Don't let them through. Don't allow them through.
Zach Butters to start on the bench. Last word from you, Matty Primus.
Oh, look, just really looking forward to that contest in the middle and to see if Port's forward line can function. When it functions, they're a top 2 team. When it doesn't function, they can get made look a little bit silly. So really important to see how they go tonight.
That Zach Butters on the bench is no doubt to get him away from James Rowbottom early in this game. I know a lot of people go, why have you got Wines and Butters on the bench, but you got Rosie, Horn Francis, Willem Drew in the middle of the ground. Willem Drew looking like he's going to
Warner, maybe.
Chad Warner at the moment, which is surprising.
The Sydney Swans and the power from Port for a place on footy's grandest stage, the 2024 AFL Grand Final. It is preliminary final night. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. You're with Clint Wilden.
At the moment, Sydney is red and white. What can the power do to change that from the bounce? The ruck's more interested in each other than the football, and the umpire spotted an immediate free kick. Sweet will get it. Hands it on to Horn Francis, starting on the ground for Port Adelaide. Kicks deep inside forward 50. Milliken at the back, just got the hands away. Tackle came from Burn Jones. Sydney able to work it out to Florent. Kick beyond defensive, 50 towards right half back. Jones wins it down for Port. Umpire's spotted a free kick here. It's coming right back. And it's coming back here to be taken by Burgoyne.
It looks like it's against Blakey, Clint. So he's the player at the moment for Sydney, talking with the umpire. We're just waiting for the replay, but the ball was 40, 50 metres away from where the free kick was given. So
he started on the wing on him, Rammer, and he was verbally and physically into him from the very start. And he's a young guy. He lit the game up last week, so you wonder if he's just given him a knock off the ball and
Blakey retaliated.
So what a start this would be for Port Adelaide. Burgoyne is right in front. He kicks from no more than 35 out. Port had the first of the nights. Port Adelaide. What a way to silence this massive red and whites. One straight 6 in the opening 80 seconds. Sydney yet to score. Port by 6 points. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we just want to see a replay, Matty, of what happened because, you're right. Burgoyne started up on a wing and his direct opponent is Errol Goulden. So they've drifted down into that marking contest. The ball was cleared by Sydney, and then the umpires clearly seen a hit, a retaliation, or something.
Yeah, he's just checked in there.
He's just checked in.
Yeah. Silly.
I'm not sure that's a free kick, though, Matty, in a prelim final.
Probably not in a prelim, but too far off the ball. What's the use of doing it? But you can see that he's a target they're into after his game last week.
Early one for the road team. Jace Burgoyne, best of field in that semi and kicks the first goal. So Sweet wins it down, follows up with a hand pass to Drew, kicks long to full forward for Port, spills down to Melican, shrugs one tackle, hands it to McCartney. He's locked up. Ball up, full forward for Port.
So the first 3 inside 50s, all to Port Adelaide. 2 centre clearances.
Power to the goals at the Randwick end as Sweet palms it down to Rioli, tackled by Grundy. Those two have played in a grand final against one another a few seasons back, and we'll have a ball up here 15 metres out from the power goal. They've kicked the first 1 straight. Sydney yet to score, 2.5 in.
Grundy against Sweet. Sweet with a more telling tap. Came out the side, eventually a clearing kick from Goulden. Trying to get to it was McDonald, couldn't mark it, spilled down to a fellow Swan Warner, who was tackled immediately. There was another ball up, still inside Port's forward 50.
And this is already a problem for me. O'Leary just sitting back by himself, no opponent near him.
Sweet won it down to Rioli, snapped around the body. It's going to bounce across the face of goal and tumble through for a throw in a metre to the right of the right-hand behind post.
This is what they do. They have most forward 50 stoppages in the comp because they're a huge territory team. Not accurate, not great delivery inside 50 at times, but they can kill you with the amount of stoppages they have.
Ball spun back in. Sweet takes front position against Grundy. Gets to it too. Palms it down two-handed. Dixon out after it at right full forward. Gathered. Shoveled a hand pass out the side. Georgiades takes it over the boundary line. No.
They hit his foot, Clint.
Oh, that is bad luck. That is bad luck for Port Adelaide. Sydney had the free kick deep in the left back pocket.
It'll be Rampion, his 250th to take it. Back pocket for the Swans. Kicks the yellow Sharon out to half-back on a glorious night at the SCG. Logan Evans puts his fist through it down to Burgoyne. High kick to half-forward. Floating across Heaney. That's why they call him Hangers Heaney. He comes in, floats through the air and takes a neat mark at half-back for the Swans. Port Adelaide 1 straight. Sydney yet to score. It's all Port Adelaide early. They've had the first 3 inside 50s.
You've got to watch these short kicks. Sydney love these little chip, try and get a handball received and play fast off it.
Short to Warner, short to Blakey. The 2 All-Australians, 2 of the 4 for Sydney this year. He's sharing it at half-back. And Blakey plays on, draws the defender. Hand pass goes out towards Rampy. He kicks long to a contest on the broadcast wing. Grundy the target. Bounces off his chest. Spills through to Rowbottom. He can put the Swans inside 50 for the first time. Aaliyah hitting up. Had a fair piece of it. No mark. It's going to be paid. It's coming back to Aaliyah. He'll take it in the back pocket for Port Adelaide. They lead it by a goal. 4.5 minutes in. Finals footy on ABC Sport. No late change. The 2 subs, Robbie Fox and Francis Evans.
Aaliyah, who was playing for Sydney the last time the Swans beat Port, kicks towards the commentary wing. Dixon was up, spills down, trying to work it forward. The Swans. Drew might have got his opponent high. He has. He protests his innocence, but Goulden will get the free kick. Just forward of centre wing. Broadcast side of the SCG. Goulden on a bit of a run. Has to deal with it before he got run down by Rosie. Kicks inside forward 50. Big pack up off hands. Warren Francis at the drop. Kicks around the body. Beautifully gathered by Blakey. Runs inside forward 50. Kicks towards the teeth of goal. Boak stuck out the hand. There were only Port players at full forward or full back for Port Adelaide. With Cannon passed. And then winning to the right hand behind post. We've got a throw in at right full forward for Sydney. Port still lead by that early goal. The free kick to Burgoyne. They're 1 straight 6. The Swans yet to score. 6 gone opening turn.
Or play down off the ball. It's Willem Drew who's been put down and he's getting a free kick. He's away from the ruckman at the boundary throwing. Stakes simple and understood tonight. Win and you're in. And that's into the grand final. The biggest game of them all in 2024 as Drew goes short to Boak. Back flank for Port Adelaide. Kicks down the wing. Big spoil over the back from Melican. Comes down to Florent. Hand pass out towards McCartan. He gives it back to Florent. Handball out to Jordan. The man with premiership experience kicks down to half forward. Aaliyah the target. Knocked away from him. Boak had it. Lost it in the tackle. Still alive. Half forward for the Swans. Lockie Jones off his knees. Hands it out but straight to Jordan. Tackled by Boak and helped out a play. And the boundary throwing 60 out from the Swans goal. Port Adelaide by 6 after as many minutes.
Yes, it looks like Drew's going to Heaney. He started Warner on the centre bounce, but definitely gone to him, and Sydney are trying to release him and get him to do a lot of work to help him get away from that tag.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Grundy won it down. Ball pinballing around at right half forward for the Swans. Jones comes out after it for Port. Got it knocked out of his grasp. Umpire says we'll throw it in. Tumbling across the line in front of the Bill O'Reilly stand. Still a sizable contingent of Port fans on the stand directly opposite our broadcast position. Most of the ground just covered in red and white. Sweet won it down for Port. Heads back towards the boundary. Heaney in pursuit. He's content enough to see it go back over for another throw-in. 1 goal so far. It's come to Port Adelaide off the boot of Burgoyne. A free kick too in the opening 80 seconds. 7 minutes gone in the first term. Sydney still looking for their first score.
It's a few little boozers. Ken Hinkley was shown on the big screen momentarily as Clint was just reading that tagline from the boundary throw-in. Comes through to Drew. Gets the kick for Port Adelaide down to half forward in front. Radagalia takes the mark. It's going to be paid. It is. And Big Sav will get it. High half forward for Port Adelaide. Plenty running by. Hand pass to Boak. Gives it off to Rosie. Rosie on the run. Shoots goal, but he's missed the whole set. Out of bounds on the full. Misses to the near side. 7.5 minutes in. Port Adelaide 1 straight. Sydney yet to score. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Wilden calling the action. Matty Primus and Adam Ramanauskas, your ABC Sport experts. And Declan Byrne on the boundary for the Swans and the Power. The winner goes through to the grand final.
Blakey with the free kick goes across the face of goals. Marked here. He sends it beyond defensive 50. Oh, big fly. Zerk Thatcher got a fist to it too. Spilled down to Warner. Shoveled the hand pass back into traffic. Drew was met solidly by Parker, who went again. Picked up off the ground by Hayward. The Swans are away. Warner takes a bounce. Throws it on the boot. Kicks inside forward 50. Amati was spoiled by Aliir. Bounce back to him, Aliir. And that's a nice kick under pressure. He's able to find Drew, who marks just shy of the logo commentary wing.
Goes short to Rosie. He's been involved early. Aliir.
He's been very involved early in this game, so that's his 3rd intercept. He's taken 2 intercept marks and they're a possession, so Sydney have got to be very careful of that.
Rosie comes wide to Butters, who fresh on the ground takes the mark, kicks to a dangerous spot at half forward. Radagalia the target over his head, and Hayward takes the intercept mark. And Will Hayward on the back flank for the Sydney Swans. Still looking for their first score. 9 minutes in, just a goal so far, and that came in the opening minute to Jace Burgoyne. As Hayward, contest kick to the wing. Lockie Jones, hands on it. No mark. Spills down the way of the Swans. It was McInerney. Got it away towards Campbell. Kick to centre half forward. Unkind downs for Logan Evans. He cleans it up. Hand pass to Boat. Dangerous kick. Turnover. And Rowbottom takes it centre half forward for the Swans. He turns. Kicks it deeper inside 50. And Lloyd takes the mark right half forward. 45 metres out.
Well, they were out, Matty.
Panic turnover, wasn't it? Sydney are the best at scoring off front half turnovers, but he had numbers there, Bogey. He normally doesn't make those kind of mistakes, but prelims do that, don't they, Ramo? They bring a bit of heat and a bit of intensity early, even if it's a bit perceived.
So Jake Lloyd turns 31 today. One of the 6 30-year-olds now in this Sydney team. Played in that 2014 grand final in just his 21st game. Jake Lloyd, his drop punt is good. Instant impact for Jake Lloyd. He ties the game. 10 minutes in. Scores level, 1 straight 6 apiece. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Our coverage of the first preliminary final. Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Promise.
Yeah, well, they've done well, Port Adelaide, defending the short kick, but when the ball's hit the ground, Sydney have outnumbered and they've looked dangerous going forward. But we've mentioned Aliir, he just reads the play. He doesn't worry about where his man is. He hopes there's pressure up the ground, which there has been, and just picks where the ball's going to go. So as a forward, you can't be looking for the easy ball out the back, especially early on this heat. You've got to just make everything a contest so he can't intercept the ball or outnumber. And at the moment, he started really well the first 5 or 6 minutes.
You can see now, so Gordon's gone into the middle of the ground, so the matchup now is out on this wing closest to us, where James Jordan has gone to Burgoyne. If you recall from the first final, Jordan went to Lockie Whitfield, did a really good job, so they want to stop Burgoyne's outside run.
Good birthday present for Lloyd as Sweet wins it down to Goulden. Kicks at the outside of the boot. Unable to pick it up cleanly then was Campbell. Spills out the back. Mopping it up then. Free kick. It's going the way back after almost a turnover from Bergman. We'll come back to Burton, who got knocked off the footy. Been pretty hot on that tonight. It's a terrible kick through the middle. It missed Drew. Sat there for Jordan for the Swans. They can turn it over again. Heaney spreads it out to Lloyd. Forward of the wing. Number 1 team at scoring from turnover, Sydney. Hands it off. Kick inside forward 50. Amati marks. Beautifully worked. McInerney with the delivery inside forward 50, and Amati marking about 40 out from goal, 45-degree angle to the right.
Well, an important mark too, because it's against Aliir, so McInerney's recognised the matchup, recognised that Amati's coming directly at him, and then delivers the football to him perfectly. Aliir, just a metre off, and that's all that you need to be.
Boots cross the arc of 50. Looking for back-to-back goals for the Swans. And Amati delivers. Joel Amati gives Sydney a 6-point lead. It comes at the 12-minute mark of the opening term. The Swans are 2 straight 12. Port 1 straight 6. Declan Burns on the boundary.
It's been a standing ovation for the first 2 goals. This Sydney crowd are so excited, and they've all season seen Sydney start slow. 1 in 3 quarters they've won throughout the whole season, so a couple of gifts there has got this crowd up and about.
So Matty, inside 50s to start the game was Port Adelaide 3, Sydney 0. Since then, it's been 8 to Sydney, 2 to Port Adelaide. So that's in probably an 8 or 9 minute period where Sydney have owned the ball in their front half of the ground.
Yeah, they have. There's been a couple of bad turnovers, and also Drew's missed kick. Port are the most corridor team, as you mentioned, Rama, all year. So they'll keep bringing the ball through the middle. They're going to miss some. They're going to cause them some pain the other way. But if they get those kicks through there, they're going to give them good opportunities the other way.
First centre bounce, Zach Butters has attended, and look who's right there with him. James Jordan for company for the Port Adelaide superstar at the bounce. There's a free kick here. It's a infringement off the ball. It's going Horn Francis's way. So he's going to take it. Speaking of emerging superstars, gets a deep inside 50 entry, running out at Georgiades, runs underneath it. There's Butters, little fumble. Now he's tackled. Jordan got him, holding the ball, and James Jordan's going to be right with him all night. And there's a matchup to keep an eye on. Sydney 2 straight. They lead Port Adelaide 1 straight. 13 minutes into the preliminary final. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Jordan for the Swans for the left back pocket. Kicks beyond defensive, 50 towards the wing. Hayward crashed in. Ball ricochets forward. Amati tries to gather. Bounced away from him. Got a little nudge from Bergman. Umpire says no, it was okay. allows Wines to pick up the football. Hand pass was awkward, bounced in front of Horn Francis. Amati held him. It's going to be a free kick to Port, and that will send the locals rabid. Thought they should have had a free kick their way just moments ago. Now, the infringement on Horn Francis, it's Port that will get another free kick. Amati giving it away. He just had to linger slightly in the tackle, but Swans fans feel aggrieved. Horn Francis moves it to Butters, who marks. Still between right half back and centre wing. A little bit of afters comes from Jordan. Umpire says get up. Butters does. So does Jordan. Butters kicks Port towards right half forward. It's right up against the boundary line. It was one umpire said out of bounds on the full. The other said touched. They'll come together, and what will they say?
The closest one said touch. The furthest said on the full.
Now, how do we negotiate this as our three umpires in yellow all chat about how this will go? Is it being touched? They'll call it detouched. It'll be thrown in. So the umpire furthest away, who was running down the line from centre wing, said, no, I'll let you have this one.
You could argue, Roman, there's no such thing as an easy kick in a preliminary final.
Certainly not.
I don't think Zach Butters is going to get one of those, if there is. He's got James Jordan with him again at the stoppage. Sydney by 6 points. Boundary throw in. Comes down the Powers way. Burgoyne slick hands to Wines. Gives it to Horn Francis. Kicks to full forward. Blakey arriving late. Punches it away for the Swans. Warner a little fumble. Now collects. Tackle dispossessed. Florent had it. Lost it. Spills to Narkle. Kicks goalward to the goal square. And Miller can get him back. Whacks it through.
If that is the matchup where Jordan is now going to Butters, Burgoyne was free at that stoppage. I think that's very, very risky for the Swans to leave Jace Burgoyne by himself.
Swans by 5 after 15 minutes. Finals footy on ABC Sport. This is the first preliminary final. The winner through to next Saturday's grand final.
Roberts takes a bounce, runs to the left back pocket, kicks beyond defensive 50. McLean at the back of 4 couldn't mark. Spill down through the hands of Dixon. Goulden gathers. Works it on nicely to Warner, then to McLean again on the logo. Beautifully measured pass. Finds Hayward. Point of the centre square, hands it on to Florent, pops the hand pass to McLean, tries to break away from the tackle of Burgoyne, loses possession of the footy. Came down to Bergman, he was tackled by Goulden, ball still there to be won. It bounces out to McDonald, who snaps and gives the Swans 3 in a row. The big fella doing the work at ground level for those in red and whites. Sydney's lead goes out again to now 11 points. 3 straight 18 to Port 1-1-7. We've gone 17 minutes in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The preliminary final between the Swans and the Power.
Yeah, they're just getting slaughtered on the ground. Any of the ground balls from long down the line contests or quick kicks, they just get beaten between the middle of the arcs and the ball's flowing really quickly out of there. Good pressure by Sydney, but the ground ball stuff would be really worrying Ken Hinkley early in this first part of the first quarter.
What Sydney are doing well is they're kicking the ball at a high percentage at the moment. They're 76% by foot at the moment. Port Adelaide only going at 59%. So using the ball, using those shorter targets, trying to draw the Port Adelaide defenders out.
Swans by 11. Robin Greensborough not too happy with the car sponsorship ads around the ground, just clashing with the Sydney Swans red. So we've got a crooked bounce that's going to be recalled. So we've asked the question, is it maybe a bit of a ploy to make it more intimidating, more red against the boys in black, obviously being Port Adelaide for this away final. As back in the middle, Grundy pumps it down clean to Heaney. Hand pass to McInerney. Kicks to full forward. Aaliyah gets rid of his direct opponent, Hayward. Ball spills to Bergman. Hand pass to Burton. At half back for Port. Back to Bergman. Slick hands, a little too hot for Boak. He cleans it up. Releases Sin off the back flank. Hand pass to Horn Francis. Too slow. Rampy got him holding the ball. And the Swans on the counter-attack immediately onto the outer wing. Kick from Campbell's a good one. McLean hands to it. No mark. Aaliyah breaks it up and away through the middle.
Throws it on the boodle, bounce through the centre circle. Sydney have got numbers again. McInerney hands it off to Roberts, now to Heaney. Forced the backtrack to Florent, will calm things down and kicks out to Lloyd, who marks just shy of the wing, outer side of the ground. He'll stab it forward to McLean. He'll continue on its path, and he's able to spot a teammate again as they work it forward through Campbell. It's inside forward 50. Trying to get to it was McInerney. Spoiled to ground there by Mead. Picked up by Wines. Just was able to get a kick away. Showed real strength to be able to get the ball to the boots. Boak marks. Kicks back towards Horn Francis. Marking just inside the boundary line. He'll move it down the line. That's beautifully done. Butters got cleaned up after he got the kick away. He'll move it towards left half forward. It'll be a downfield free kick here.
I like it though. They're trying to move the ball quick. If they go slow, Sydney's defence will be all over them. But unfortunately, the free kick's going to slow them down. But I like the idea of it.
Rampy crashing into Butters. They're both okay. Georgiades kicks towards full forward. Radigalia brought it down. Rioli tried to fly as well. Comes out the back to Boak. Got it on towards Burton. Snaps around the body. It's going to go through. That is a much-needed goal for Port. They respond on the scoreboard, the visitors, and they cut Sydney's lead back to 5 points. 3 straight 18, the Swans. Port 2-1-13. 19 and a bit gone in the opening term. Pulsating finals footy on ABC Sport.
Matty, you really go back to Ollie Wines' strength in that back 50. He was able to stand up in the tackle and release the ball with a little kick, and that allowed Port Adelaide out. Then there was a chain of kicks up the ground until the free kick to Georgiades. It was simply a kick to a contest. Now, where you spoil the ball inside your defensive 50 becomes really, really important. Sydney spoil the ball central, and that brings Port Adelaide's crummers in.
Rampy just taking the body on Butters. Is that a little, how's your ribs, Zach?
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Of course. All fair's in love and war, isn't it?
Subbed out at half-time in that horror night in the qualifying final. Zach Butters played well last week.
Oh, beautiful.
And there's some beautiful ruck work sweep straight down the throat of Horn Francis, running around the back of the centre bounce. Hand pass forward to Burgoyne, kicks inside 50. Rioli leaps up, can't rip it down. Pack forms around him at ground level, and a ball up 40 out from the power goal.
Well, you would have loved that, Matty. Just
yeah,
middle there.
Wasn't it? Yeah, 4-1 in centre bounce, and really crucial to the SCG, because if you can use your legs, you go in pretty deep inside 50, but they're just unable to connect inside 50 at the moment. Port Adelaide hit some forwards on the chest.
Forward 50 stoppage for Port. Sweet palms that down, but cleared straight away by Rowbottom out to half-back. McDonald breaks it up for Sydney, spills down to Papley, feeds a hand pass back to Warner. Warner off the back flank. He'll kick down the wing and finds the chest of Hayward.
Hayward marking, turns, pauses for a moment. Look, the switch play, kicks into the middle of the ground, beautifully weighted. Marked there by Rampy, moves it on very quickly, kicks inside forward 50, didn't have enough on it. McLean was at the back, Aliir at the front, Aliir takes the mark.
Aliir just came off his man 10 seconds early, just read the play before any Swans forward then.
Influential so far, Aliir, as the ball goes through the hands of Sin, who marks, and then to Evans in the right back pocket. This is dangerous, waiting underneath it, Mead, forward to the wing. McCartan hit it, took the mark, went back to Grundy on the logo, hands it off to McInerney.
Goes short to Papley, is high up the ground. What a role he played in that qualifying final victory, particularly in that final term, setting up 2 crucial goals as Papley goes long into the forward pocket. Not a great kick, bounces in front of McLean and rolls out of bounds. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Swans. The SMS 0437 774 774. Mentioned Ken Hinkley was booed earlier. Little cheeky James from South Yarra off the SMS just says it. Make Ken feel like he's at home.
Yeah, fair enough. I hope he wasn't his own fan.
Swans by 5 points. Time on in this opening term of the preliminary final. Boundary throw in, free kick. Ruck infringement going the Powers way.
He's been terrific, Sweet, hasn't he? Not only centre bounce, but around the ground, continuing his good form from last week.
Sweet will take the free at fullback for Port Adelaide.
And he'll kick straight down the throat of McCartan, who stretched up but couldn't mark. It spills down towards Byrne-Jones, bursting through. Kicks to a one-on-one inside the right forward pocket. The ball ricocheting away. Horn Francis couldn't get there. Rampy was in hot pursuit. Can't make the most of that turnover. Port Adelaide throwing 25 around from their attacking goal. The Randwick end of the SCG.
You just see the difference in inside 50s. Hunter Sydney are very efficient, where Port Adelaide, they need a lot of inside 50s to kick a winning score.
Swans lead by 5 points. Grundy wins it down. They'll get a clearing kick away here, Sydney, but they turn it over again through Jordan down the throat of Wines, and he marks it for Port Adelaide at right half forward.
Brownlow medalist from a couple of years ago just lays it up to full forward. Dixon and Radigalia in the pack. No mark. Hits the deck. Byrne-Jones had a play on it. Spills it away to McInerney. Works his way through traffic for the Swans. Feeds it back to Rampy. Last line of defence. Long clearing. Kick to a one-on-one. A wrestle there. Zirk Thatcher and McLean. No mark. Spills down to Sin. Hand pass for Port. Back to Wines. He kicks wide and Burgoyne takes the sprawling mark just inside the boundary line right half forward. The Paul Kelly race, about 70 metres out from the power attacking goal at the Randwick end. Again, he's just going to kick to the pack where they all are as Radaglia hands to it. No mark, falls down to Jordan. Hand pass to Roberts, clearing kick. Papley breaks it up, but it'll favour Burgoyne for Port.
He's able to get it on to Rosie. Kicks around the body, back inside forward 50. Radaglia front position, came off hands. Umpire has given a free kick to Radaglia, said he was taken over the shoulder.
As soon as the umpires see the hands go around or the hand over the top defender, they're calling free kicks. And I think they've been consistent with that all season and all final series.
He's had a few kicked on his head tonight already, hasn't he? So he's going to be in the contest. He might have hurt his finger then, but yeah, arm over the shoulder. Easy free for the ump.
It's McCartan, hard to argue with. Radaglia will start standing on the boundary line. His boots will cross the 50-metre arc. It's a tight angle, right forward pocket from 40 out. He's pushed it across the face. Sneaks in for a minor score. Port Adelaide moved to be 2-2-14. They still trail the Swans, who are 3 straight 18. 24 and a bit minutes gone in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Florin on the kick out, goes short to Goulden. One of the 4 Sydney All-Australians. He chips short to the number 4. And Grundy hands it back to Goulden. Kicks out wide to Campbell, who holds his width on that eastern wing. Takes the mark. Short pass over halfway. Finds Roberts. The shoulders strapped. In front of a Port Adelaide block in the Bill O'Reilly stand. The predominantly black colours of their supporter bases. Roberts goes with a high kick deep inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. No mark. Spills down to Rosie. Ball comes out. Bergman has a play on it. He's tackled and will have a ball up. 25 metres out from the Sydney goal at the Paddington end. Swans by 4 points. Deep into time on in this opening term finals footy, ABC Sport.
The SCG is packed. It's rocking as well. They win it down. It comes to Patley. Snaps around the body. Ball won't quite have enough on it. And Aaliyah is able to outmark Parker at right full forward for Sydney. So Aaliyah will take the mark and he'll move it on from the left back pocket for Port. Towards left half back. Going up, Roberts got in front of everybody else and decided to spoil and then punches it over the boundary line for a throw-in. Declan Byrne is downstairs on the boundary.
The replay came up just before of Rampy's hit on Butters. It looked like he definitely got him high. I mean, the pro for Rampy is that Butters got straight up, but might be sweating on that during the week.
Boundary throw in. Sweet pumps it down to Butters and right on him immediately. He's gang tackled. Umpire says, I'll have it. 2-man tackle on that outer wing, and James Jordan, who's on his bumper, he'll be there all night running around with Zach Butters from the restart. Rosie kicks down the eastern wing for Port Adelaide. Bounces past Dixon. McCartan will be the first one there. Takes it out of bounds and a throw in between wing and half forward for Port. You mentioned Aaliyah earlier, Clint, who of course was part of the Sydney team the last time they beat Port Adelaide. I have to go back, 2015 for that. Interestingly, he actually played in a prelim for the Swans, but was dropped for the grand final in 2016, so out to make up for that tonight.
Port kick long towards full forward. Horn Francis has got 2 to beat. He claims he was being held. The umpire agrees. No. It's gone the other way. That's interesting. Immediately, Horn Francis was, hang on a second, what's going on here? And Rampy will get the free kick at right full back. The replays have not been quick on the big screen tonight. Rampy kicks towards right half back and finds Heaney. Heaney was strong. Out-muscled his opponent in Drew and then stabs the pass short, low, flat and hard. It hits Rowbottom on the chest. Kicks the Swans towards centre wing, sliding onto his knees. Good effort from McLean to mark.
Feels like the umps have tried to set a tone early in a way that we don't ordinarily see in a prelim final. Maybe just give the players the guidelines into the opening quarter and we'll see what happens thereafter.
Oh, they're consistent. It's okay. It's leading out McDonald. That's a good lead and a good mark. Came from a long way back inside his forward 50. Has it about 70 from goal. Puts it into the right forward pocket. Parker out to mark. Hard up against the boundary. 40 out from goal.
Well, this is a really interesting matchup now. Because Aaliyah, at the moment, he's had 5 possessions and 3 of those have been intercept marks. The other 2 have just simply been intercept possessions. So just the last couple of minutes, it looks like Luke Parker has gone to Aaliyah to try to sort of make him more accountable.
So here comes Luke Parker, the only Sydney Swans premiership player in this team. He puts it across the face. It's been marked, though, on the behind line, so no score.
No Sydney forwards there at all to contest that ball. You don't see that often.
Bergman taking the defensive mark. He goes back across the face of goal, and they'll look to build up again through Burton from the left back pocket.
Burton kicks long to the wing, staying down Burgoyne. Gordon flew over the top. Burgoyne wins the footy for Port. Hand pass to Drew. Heaney got him. Ball comes out. Ump says play on. No holding the ball call. No Pryor made an effort, said the umpire, and will have a ball up on that eastern wing.
Yeah, he got a little toe to it, perhaps.
Crowd ain't happy. We keep on rolling. Butters flew through the stoppage, but it spills to Drew. Kicks inside 50. Wines brings it down. Butters spin move. Great work. Hand pass to centre half forward for Nargle. Got it for Port. Hand pass away to Dixon. Took on a couple. Lost. Ball comes out. Throw a blanket over around 10. And the umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up centre half forward for Port Adelaide.
I know you like your quirky stats, Corb. The two premiership players, Parker and Jordan, both started as subs in their grand finals.
Parker did get on the ground though.
James Jordan, yes.
That was one down here by Dixon. Bounced back his way. Rioli couldn't take it. Third time here for Dixon. Deep inside forward 50. Gave it back. The shot on goal is missed to the right-hand side from the boot of Drew. Wasn't far away. Minor score. Sydney's lead cut to 4 points. Port 2-3-15. Sydney 3 straight 18. Gone 30 minutes in the opening term.
Encouraging by Dixon, though. He's competing.
Yeah, he looks better, moving better than he has at previous times, isn't he? Which is crucial to him in the air.
Swans by 3. They've led only 9 times this year at quarter time as Blakey goes out to halfback. Zerk Thatcher tried to mark, couldn't. Spills down to Rowbottom. Hand pass away towards Gordon. Hurried kick up to halfway. McDonald and Aaliyah in a tangle. Knocked down by Aaliyah to Logan Evans, who calms it down. The youngster, short kick laterally to Burton. He'll go across the ground, pulls the trigger, wants Georgiades, broken up by Campbell. Ball hits the deck. Narkle tackled by Hayward. Ball comes out, holding the ball. Free kick for the Swans, advantage applied. Heaney kicks inside 50 and Papley at full stretch.
That's poor by the umpire, Matty.
Yeah, that was had to come back.
Yeah.
It spilled out through the contest. And on the siren.
So everyone had stopped. The ball was sitting behind 3 Port Adelaide players. Heaney went and grabbed it, raced off, and the ump said, yep, that's advantage. And Papley, not a tall man at full stretch, took it left forward pocket.
That's really bad by the umpire. Really bad.
This man loves a goal. It'll bring the house down at quarter time as Papley snaps goalward. He sneaks it through. He's off and running and runs straight at Willie Rioli. And it is on again. In a Sydney final, we've got a quarter time melee. And Jason McCartney cannot be found tonight. But every player on the ground is going to pull a little bit of jumper here. But the only thing that matters is the quarter time score. The Swans by 9 points. And for just the 10th time this year, Sydney lead at the first break. It's been good form throughout the year. The Swans have won each of their previous 9 games when leading at quarter time. And they're in front here in the preliminary final. Sydney 4 straight 24, Port Adelaide 2-3-15. The goal kickers in that opening term, 1 each for McDonald, Papley, Amati and Lloyd. While for Port Adelaide, 1 for Burton and 1 for Burgoyne, who kicked the first of the night. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Weldon, Declan Byrne on the boundary, and our ABC Sport analysts Matty Primus and Adam Ramanaskas. You will hear from them next. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
My fellow Australians, it is my duty to inform you that
Seriously Funny Comedy is on ABC iView.
Really?
Like Austin.
Hello, good to meet you. I just need a glass of Koyo. I'll be right back.
The Cleaner, Speechless, and Fresh Off the Boat.
When it comes to love, your love door is broken.
My what?
Your love door.
Breeders, Black Comedy.
It's a bit phallic, isn't it?
Double Park.
I feel nostalgic for being like straight.
And so many more. Always free, always hilarious on ABC iView.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
So what a start this would be for Port Adelaide. Burgoyne is right in front. He kicks from no more than 35 out. Port have the first of the nights.
And pass to Boat, dangerous kick, turnover, and Rowbottom takes it centre half forward for the Swans. He turns, kicks it deeper inside 50, and Lloyd takes the mark right half forward, 45 metres out. So Jake Lloyd played in that 2014 grand final in just his 21st game. Jake Lloyd, his drop punt is good.
Spreads it out to Lloyd, forward of the wing. Number 1 team at scoring from turnover, Sydney. hands it off, kick inside forward 50, Amadi marks. Boots cross the arc of 50, looking for back-to-back goals for the Swans, and Amadi delivers. Finds Hayward, point of the centre square, hands it on to Florent, pops the hand pass to McLean, tries to break away from the tackle of Burgoyne, loses possession of the footy. Came down to Bergman, he was tackled by Goulden, ball still there to be won, it bounces out to McDonald, who snaps and gives the Swans 3 in a row. Georgiades kicks towards full forward, Radaglia brought it down, Brioli tried to fly as well, comes out the back to Boak, got it on towards Burton, snaps around the body, it's going to go through. That is a much-needed goal for Port. And they cut Sydney's lead back to 5 points.
That's really bad by the umpire. Really bad.
This man loves a goal. It'll bring the house down at quarter time as Papley snaps goalward. He sneaks it through. He's off and running and runs straight at Willie Rioli.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
He's always the instigator, Tom Papley, front and centre on the quarter-time siren. The Swans by 9 points in the preliminary final. It is quarter-time. Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Primus with their take on that opening term.
Well, clearly both teams went after some matchups. So Willem Drew with Isaac Heaney. Heaney had the 6 possessions in that quarter, but I thought Willem Drew did a pretty good job. James Jordan has gone to Zach Butters and done a pretty good job in that first quarter. Butters was made to work extraordinarily hard for his 4 possessions. The Burgoyne one's a really interesting one. He had the 7 possessions in that quarter. Goulden had the 8. And they initially started on a wing together. So you're always going to give up something as a coach. And clearly John Longmire is going to give up Burgoyne to get Goulden into the game. So I'm fascinated just to see how that plays out as the game progresses. Aliir behind the ball's a problem. Luke Parker goes to him later in that quarter and tries to make Aliir more accountable. Aliir had the 5 possessions in that quarter. 3 of those were intercept marks. Inside 50, 17-15 in Sydney's favour that quarter. But 2 of Sydney's goals come directly from turnovers from Port Adelaide. So the Travis Boak one into the middle, goes down and kicks the goal. And then the umpire makes an absolute howler there late. But it was a kick across the ground from Ryan Burton that caused the turnover. Initially, Papley kicks the goal on the siren. So, well, if you look at stats, Port Adelaide are doing really, really well. Contested football, they're up. Clearances, they're up. Ground ball gets it, they're up. The only area that Sydney are dominating is marks. They're controlling the ball. They're controlling the tempo of this game a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely spot on, Ramo. And because of that, that's why they're getting high inside 50s. And I think Port need to win the inside 50 count by like plus 10 if they're going to win the game. You see Sydney go inside 50, majority of the time it's low their eyes, there's leads, there's lots of movement where Port are happy just to bang it into a contest. That's not quite working, and that's why they're having a few rush shots, but they're going to need to limit Sydney's inside 50s and try and win more ground balls and better ground balls in their front half.
27-17, the uncontested marks, how it sits at the moment. So 27 for the Swans. Interestingly, Port Adelaide, they're the number 1 team in the comp at denying uncontested marks. When they keep their opponent under 65,
Correct.
They're 10 wins and 1 loss. So that is a number that I'm sure they'll want to mop up. Declan Byrne on the boundary. Declan.
Yeah, something I haven't seen all year is James Jordan and Chad Warner hung around on the edge of the bench waiting to see what Butters did. They saw that Butters was going out there, so Jordan went on and Warner came off.
Swans by 9 points. Second quarter upon us. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The winner of the first preliminary final, the first team through to the 2024 grand final. Ruck Sherrod to start quarter number 2. Sweet follows up, wins the ground ball, kicks to centre half forward. Cunningham goes to punch it away, skims off his knuckles to Dixon. His hand pass, a turnover. Picked up by Melican, hurried kick down the wing, hands to it from McDonald, no mark, but he's getting a free. But his arms chopped.
Well, that should be advantage to James Rowbottom, according to the first quarter. Well, end of the first quarter.
Oh, McDonald, ugly kick. Got to Florent on the hop. Turns, kicks inside the forward 50. Amadi slips over. Ball slides close to the boundary line. Drew collects. Tackled by Heaney. Taken out of bounds with the footy. And the ump says boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Swans. And there's a bit of push and shove. Sydney to the Randwick end in this second term. They lead it by 9 points. Finals footy, ABC Sport.
Pressure immense. You'd expect nothing less in a prelim final. Thrown back in from the umpire. Deep in the right forward pocket for Sydney. Rucks more each other again. Roving through. Heaney gathered. Snap. Misses. Has it been marked just before it crossed the behind line?
I'll have a look at this, Clint.
Ali thinks he's claimed it. Throws it back to the umpire.
Every point counts in a prelim final.
Absolutely.
Particularly at the SCG.
A great block from Papley to free him up. They're certainly doing a lot of work to free Heaney up from the tag.
He just scooted through then, Heaney. Grabbed it and kicked it. Did Ali mark it before it had crossed the line? I'm not certain.
Oh, well, that's not going to tell us.
The camera from behind is somewhere in the vicinity of useless in making this decision, but we're still going to watch it a few times. He has marked it reasonably cleanly.
No, well, he hasn't.
Well, I would say he's had purchase on it from the moment. So he's purchased, he's had that, and then there's a little juggle afterwards.
I think he'll be behind.
Look at the umpires too. Both of them are 2 metres away.
Well, there's no one in a better position than the umpire who was standing, leaning against the post, David Campese style from the World Cup from all those years ago, literally leaning on the post as it went past. Surely they can make the decision from where he stands, and it's going to be a behind. And
I think I should take over the arc.
Ram, I'm with you. Every point is so valuable.
A minute and a half I made that decision.
Swans by 10 points.
That's a great kick.
A long kick out from Burton all the way up to the wing for Bergman. No mark, but he had his arms chopped after giving away a free kick for the same thing on the same wing moments ago. So Bergman gets up, long kick inside 50 for Port. Spills over the back of Dixon and Radaglia. There's a free. It's going Sydney's way.
Really, Paul, Radaglia was all by himself and they just blazed away again. These missed opportunities.
Rampy gets to take that. Almost at fullback for the Sydney Swans. Comes out in front of the beautiful old green roof grandstands. Kicks looking for Heaney, but Boak drops in the hole, takes the intercept mark. Reloads for Port Adelaide. Kicks into that channel at left half forward. Georgiades reels in the sprawling mark, and he takes it just in front of the members' race. He'll have it about 2 metres in for the boundary line. 40 out, left half forward.
It didn't spin well inside 50, but that's the better kick. Lower the eyes, on to the leads. Otherwise, Sydney just going to drop off all day and spoil those big long balls inside 50. And he's a beautiful shot on goal, this fella.
He was good last week, Mitch Georgiades.
Excellent last week.
Kicked 3 goals too.
That's a mark. Every day of the week, that's a mark.
He's wide out here on the boundary line at left half forward. Turns 23 on grand final day. What a birthday gift that would be. Arcs out to his right. Right-footed drop punt is pure off the boot. It hits the post. Inside of the goal post, 3/4 of the way up. Behind for the Power. They're 2-4. They trail Sydney 4-1. Swans by 8 points. In fact, Swans by 9 points. 4 minutes into the second term. Finals footy, ABC Sport.
Oh, ugly kick on defensive 50. McInerney was able to pick it up. Gave it to Cunningham. Looked to work it on again. Grundy has it. Cunningham couldn't find Goulden. Stolen again by Burgoyne. He's tackled it right half forward for Port and taken the ground.
That's good pressure. Both teams there.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Preliminary final at the SCG. Grundy won it down. Bounced back to him. Got a hand pass away. Tried to find Goulden. He's under pressure from Burgoyne again. Umpire says we'll ball it up as the ball's taken the ground and locked in.
So that Parker-Aliir matchup looks permanent now. So Sydney allowed Aliir free for a lot of the first quarter, but the back end of that last quarter, Parker's gone to him and still with him.
Grundy slapped it down. Rowbottom worked it to Blakey. Tried to shovel it forward. Goulden couldn't keep it in. He's getting a free kick. He got shoved over by Sweets. And he'll have the free kick at left half back, just underneath the big electronic scoreboard that shows Sydney a 4-1-25, Port 2-4-16, 5 gone in the second.
Hub's trying to stay on top of this as he kicks for Heaney in the sky. Over his head in the end. Spills through to Burgoyne for the Power. Short kick to Mead. Another second-generation Port Adelaide Power footballer. Hand pass to the running Butters. Loops a hand pass over the top to Drew. He gives it to Burton. 60 out, kicks into the pocket. Rampy knocked it away and out of play.
They're kicking to packs so often going inside forward 50. Port Adelaide, they've got to find space there forwards.
Yeah, it's what they've done all year, Rammer, and when there's great heat, that's when their forward line becomes inefficient.
Now the umpire unfurls. Rioli lost his footing. Only brought it down and then socketed it in the direction of Haywood. Was able to work it on again towards Lloyd, towards Amadi. That's a good mark. Just shy of the wing up against Burgoyne. Amadi for Sydney. Pauses while players stream forward. Backtracks for a moment, and the kick is a clever one. It's out in space, running onto it. Cunningham gathers it right half forward, puts it into the right forward pocket, and the mark's taken by McDonald.
Well, it's really set up by Amati. First, the contested mark against Jace Burgoyne, but then takes it on. And you probably don't want Amati to do that too often, but it was a beautiful kick to Cunningham, who then delivers inside forward 50.
The switch has opened Port's defence up quite a few times, hasn't it, tonight? When they've come through the middle, they've switched, and then there's one-on-ones and easy inside 50s.
Already one goal tonight, Logan McDonald. This is about a 45-degree angle to the right. He'll kick from 30 out. It's dead straight. McDonald's got two. He's dining out in the early stages at the SCG. Sydney had their fifth. 5-1-31. Quarter 2-4-16. The Swans put their lead out to what is a game high 15 points. We've gone 7 minutes in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Adam Ramanaskas and Matthew Primus.
And I think that's the difference in the game right now. You look how Cunningham goes inside forward 50 to really an unmarked Logan McDonald, who's then able to convert. Other end of the ground, Ryan Burton gets the ball and he's freed, he's open. And he goes to a pack of 6 players inside Port Adelaide's forward 50. So I just feel at the moment Port Adelaide's forward line is too top heavy. With Georgiades, Radagalia and Dixon all down there at the moment. They're effectively leading to the same spot. So it's a group of six contesting all the time.
15-point lead for the Swans, and will be recalled in the middle of crooked bounce. Neither sub used. Robbie Fox for the Swans and Francis Evans for Port Adelaide. Umpire tosses it up second time around. Grundy palms it down in front of Heaney. Can't trap it. Spills to Sweet. His hand pass ends up straight with Roberts off the back edge of the square, and Rosie's got him. Ball up on the cricket pitches.
And because they're not marketing Ramo, it's just bouncing out of there, and Sydney just going coast to coast. So Port Adelaide only relying on being able to kick scores out of stoppage at the moment.
Swans by 15. Narkle got it out to Drew. Hand pass away to Rosie. Rosie on the run. He's that guy for Port Adelaide. Rosie kicks truly. And one they needed from their skipper. 8 minutes into the second term, the Swans lead cut to 9. 5-1-31. Port Adelaide moved to 3-4-22. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Like that was just from the stoppage. That's how they can generate their contest clearance work, but the modern game is a turnover game, and that's where they're killing it. So you've got to get 3 or 4 or 5 goals from that source, but they've got to be able to slow Sydney's defence up and their ball moving up, and at the moment they aren't able to do that.
I love that by Narkle there. He was able to stand up and fight in that tackle just to get the ball loose there. It's a little throw, obviously, as well, but the umpire didn't see it. They need their captain. They need Connor Rosie to have a big game. He's such a dynamic player. He can be a game breaker.
15-8 clearances, 5-2 in the centre bounce.
Sweet against Burgoyne. That should be called back.
Real issues, the umpire. Just can't quite get it right. You would think on a cricket pitch it should be easy.
Maybe get that cricket pitch out of it.
Careful.
Call it up.
That'll cause controversy. A little worse for wear.
Oh, here he is.
Tapped down by Sweet, bursting through Warner. Umpire spotted a free kick. It's a holding decision.
He was going for goal there, Chad Warner.
Sweet has it. That's lucky for Port.
There's been a few of these, haven't there, off the ball. Both teams have been on the roll.
Just go long.
Sweet's pausing. He's got options on the O'Reilly wing. Instead, it's kicked inside forward 50 and completely wasted.
Yep.
They've just pumped it long again and absolutely nothing going on. So Sweet butchered that, and Jordan takes the defensive mark, and he'll switch play across half back. This is Melican. Melican beyond defensive 50 to McDonald, who dropped the mark he probably should have taken. Allows Jones to pick it up. His hand pass stolen by Roberts. Gives it to Lloyd. Now to Heaney. The Swans away through the logo.
Gives it to Florence. Short kick to McLean. Takes it low down inside the centre square. Waits for a few to go by. Gives it off to the Lizard Blake. He kicks to Amati. Juggled effort. No. Yes. He's getting a free kick. Over the shoulder, and Joel Amati will have a look from 35 out just right of centre.
Once again, a coast to coast. They had opportunities to win the ball, but that's just gone from inside Port's 50 to fluid inside Sydney's 50 again. They just cannot get any turnovers between the arcs, Port Adelaide.
I hope they're called both ways, those free kicks.
They look like a good contest.
That looked like just a genuine contest between...
What happened to the old adage about, you got to earn them in September? And
wow, that's right.
He's had a fair bit of intervention so far tonight through the first quarter and a half. Amati skips in. The man who's become a professional goal kicker. He takes his talents to September. He's got a couple. And the Sydney Swans lead it by 15 points. Back to that equal game high margin. 11 gone in the second term. Sydney 6-1-37. Port Adelaide 3-4-22. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
But again, Matty, you look at the ball movement of Sydney. They're kicking it again early in this quarter. What are we? We're nearly 12 minutes into this quarter.
Yep.
They're kicking the ball at 76% by foot. So now that's 10% better than Port Adelaide, who are at, 9% better than Port Adelaide, who are at 67%. But lowering the eyes, going inside forward 50, at least allowing your forward a chance. It's a one-on-one contest. Yep, okay, the umpire are calling those free kicks, so be it, but you're giving your forward a chance to mark the ball.
Grundy's taking a break. McLean's been sent into the centre circles for the ruck duties. Still faces sweep. And a bounce from the umpire. McLean won it down. Heaney, short hand pass. Goulden tried to tap it to Warner. Narkle came the other way. Got harassed out of it by Roberts. Jordan gathered, gave it back again to Goulden. Now to Florent. Will kick short. And McDonald marks just shy of the wing. In front of the Bill O'Reilly stand. Stands in front of the majority of the Port Adelaide fans are. Moves it back inboard to Florent. Now again to Roberts, who marks and gets told to go. Takes a couple of steps. Kicks deep inside forward 50. Couple fly. No one could bring the mark down. McLean really gets some purchase on it. Wine's got a hurry kick away. Warner gathered. Broke one tackle. Kicks across half forward and finds Lloyd. And Lloyd marks 60 from goal at right half forward.
He's kicked one already tonight, Jake Lloyd. It's probably just beyond him here. To the Randwick end, he stabs it into the pocket. Heaney with strength holds out Burgoyne, takes the contested mark in the right forward pocket. That was a proper September one-on-one, and Heaney wins it hands down.
It's too strong. Burgoyne tried as much as he could. Heaney just brilliant in those situations.
What a year he's had. Isaac Heaney with number 5 on his back. He's a 5-star guy. Hooks it through for the goal. And the Swans lead swells. It's out to 21 points. 14 gone in the second term. 7-1 to 3-4. Sydney by 21. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Matty Primus and Adam Ramanauskas.
They're just too classy between the arcs. When they're in trouble, they find some space with the handball, and they, as we spoke about, their kicking is unreal. They can just find little 20-metre kicks to set up, and then they play quick off that. Where Port Adelaide just playing straight line far too much, which is playing into Sydney's team defence, and there's just a golfing class all in hand by both teams here, and Sydney now getting some rewarded by going inside 50 a lot more efficient.
14 minutes into this quarter, and Port Adelaide have only touched the ball 17 times.
Declan Byrne downstairs.
Yeah, Bergman's just come off with the doctor alongside him. He's sitting down explaining a bit of pain in his lower left leg. So I'll keep across that one. At the moment, Bergman on the sidelines getting checked out.
The enormous roar you heard was when Heaney made his way off the ground for a rest as well. Dixon does the ruck work against McLean. He wins it down, gathers it himself. Kicks it inside the attacking 50. Rioli went, couldn't mark. Chance for McCartan to gather. Tried to get a hand pass to Lloyd. He overran it. Boakes there. Lloyd picked it up. Hand pass to no one in particular. Trying to stop it. Doing well. Mead might have been taken high. Boak gathers the free kick's going to be paid. Mead will have it at left half forward. Plays on by hand to Burton. Pops a hand pass over the top to Boak again. Oh, under real pressure. Kicks out of bounds. That's great play from the Swans. Campbell didn't give it up. He applied the pressure, and Boak sends it into about the 5th row. Sydney quickly back into play. Blakey moved it short to Roberts, who marks in the right back pocket. 15 gone in the second. The Swans lead by 21 points. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Goes short to Blakey. Blakey at fullback, and now the long kick, they're out. Finds the man all alone in McInerney, who takes it on that wing on the eastern side, stabs it short. Finds McDonald. Just backward of the logo, goes across the ground to Roberts. Rising star nominee from round 0, which the season started, Ram, on this ground, would you believe, way back in what feels like 3 years ago?
Yeah,
it's a long season nowadays. What do we work out? Clint, it was 29 weeks or something like that since the round 0 contest. Back in early March. A wide kick to Cunningham, who goes long to half forward for Sydney. Dixon was down there trying to knock it away, so thrown into defence for the time being, trying to stop the bleeding. Spills through to Aaliyah, hands it off to Sin, kicks hurriedly to the wing, free kick for a hold, Sydney's play. And Port just cannot get their hands on the footy for a prolonged period. Florent to take it. Cuts back to the middle of the SCG for the Lizard in Blakey.
And Blakey spears inside forward 50. Going up was Campbell, couldn't mark. Zerk Thatcher's hand pass missed its target. Wines gives away a free kick. Papley taken high. Right in front of goal. He'll go back and shoots from 25 out.
Just ground level pressure there. Port Adelaide win the ball. And then you see Sydney swarm.
If you had an alarm bell in the Port Adelaide box, scale of 1 to 10, what's it on at the moment?
9.5.
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah. It's this is their 6th inside 50. Sydney. They've kicked 3 goals, 1, and it's probably going to be 4 goals, 1.
Who does Papley run to if he kicks this goal? Papley puts it through, punches the air, and this time just runs to his teammates to celebrate. He's got a second. The Claxons, they're ringing in Port Adelaide's box at the moment. Danger time for those in teal and black. Sydney's lead stretched again, a game high 27 points. 8-1-49. Port Adelaide 3-4-22. 18 gone in the second term. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
So Bergman had a long discussion with 3 doctors. He then took off his boot and he had strapping on that left ankle, and they're re-strapping it. They're going to give him every chance to get back out here, but Francis Evans, the sub for Port, is warming up. So we'll keep a close eye on Bergman, that left ankle issue.
But they need to try and own the ball here, Porto, because they're going okay in the contest and clearance, but when they win that, they need to own the ball, some uncontested marks, take the heat out of the game and stop Sydney playing so quick. Because at the moment, that's killing them.
17 marks to 3 in this quarter in Sydney's favour.
Grundy wins the hit out, down to Warner, tackled by Rosie. Ball comes out. Horne-Francis collects, shakes a tackle, hand pass away to the skipper. Rosie evades Roberts, rolls around onto his right side. 2 running bounces, 70 metres out. The captain kicks it deep. Oh, Blakey stands in front of Rioli and takes the mark. And Willie was a little indecisive as to whether he was going to fly in the air or hold back, and in the end, wasn't to be. His direct opponent Blakey takes the intercept mark. He goes short to McInerney, pokes it out of defence to Cunningham. Counter-attack from the Swans, kicks for McDonald. He takes the diving mark out there on the eastern wing underneath the O'Reilly stand. Swans by 27, 18 and a half gone, second term of the preliminary final. Short kick to Hayward, who marks inside the boundary line. He stabs it short. Did it get to McInerney in time? Umpire says, yep, that'll count.
They're sharp with their kicking skills.
Short kicking game up and going for the Swans. He goes short on the 45 to Gordon.
Errol puts it into the left forward pocket, sliding out. McLean takes the mark, down on his knees on the SCG turf. It's a 45-degree angle to the left this time. He'll put boot to ball from 30 out. It is all red and white, and I'm not just talking about the majority of those in the crowd. Sydney absolutely dominated.
That kicking efficiency now, they've had 41 kicks for the quarter. Sydney, they're going at 88%.
It's unheard of.
They're barely missing a target.
The use of the football has been exquisite. McLean is in. Sends it towards goal. You'd expect nothing less the way they're kicking at the moment. It's through for another major. Sydney now by 33 points. 9-1-55 to Port Adelaide 3-4-22. We're about to hit time on in the second term. It is a red and white onslaught at the SCG.
Matty spoke about after Sydney's previous goal, Port Adelaide got to own the ball. They've had 26 possessions in 20 minutes in this quarter of football. So really now, it's just about locking down. It's locking down your direct opponent. There's still 8 minutes remaining in this quarter, so still plenty of time. But they just can't allow Sydney. They've had 25 marks in this quarter.
And that one went coast to coast again. Willie Rioli was a terrible effort defensively, but they marked that in the goal square and took it the full length of the ground. It just shouldn't be happening, that kind of defence in a prelim final.
Power desperately need a charging station back in the middle. Grundy pumps it down out in front of Horn Francis. He's
Another free kick.
running away with Rowbottom. I think he's getting a free for a hold.
That's brilliant. A lot of holding free kicks tonight.
Had a lot of intervention. As Horn Francis comes wide with the kick out of the broadcast wing. Narkle, a fumble. Eventually collects, rolls around onto his right peg, turns, kicks Port inside the forward 50. Rioli fires for the footy. Doesn't mark, follows up at ground level, tackled immediately by Cunningham. Rioli clever, paddles it out to Wines. Wines tumbles a kick all the way to the goal square. Down there, Melican and Dixon. It's allowed to bounce and roll through from behind off the boot of Ollie Wines. So 32 points, Sydney's lead, 21 gone second term. But the preliminary final, this is finals footy on ABC Sport.
Florent takes a bounce, kicks beyond defensive 50 to right half back. Amati wrestling here up against Evans. Amati was able to slap it out the side, trying to emerge with it. Rowbottom's done really well. Horn Francis put his hand up to knock it to ground. Troubled by McInerney. Horn Francis gathers, Heaney gets him, tackles him on the logo, ball up.
Probably the first time they've been able to slow them down from coming out of half back.
Byer puts it all off. Grundy front position, won it down. Horn Francis had two goes at it. Ball comes out the side. Wines tackled there by Rowbottom. Tried to work it out. Umpire keeps letting them go, and eventually they will ball it up again. Just feel Willie Rioli needs to somehow get himself into this game for Port Adelaide to have any sort of spark. Here's Horn Francis. He gathers, throws it on the boot, spirals a kick towards left half forward. It bounces away from Mead and over the boundary line for a throw-in. They wanted insufficient intent, the crowd, but Mead was right there.
Yeah, they're holding six forwards, Port Adelaide, so send Rioli up through the stoppage, blitz through, see if you can get him involved in the game, because at the moment he doesn't really look interested because he's not having any easy ball.
Swans by 32. Boundary throw-in. Comes down to Wine. Slick hands. Got it away to Drew. Kicks to Dixon and a one-on-one. Again carries his head. Radaglia tries to hold out his direct opponent. Lloyd scoops it up. Kicks hurriedly. Kicks it out on the full. Puts it 3 rows back, and Port Adelaide will get this free kick here inside their forward 50. And young Mead is going to skip over and take it.
I reckon you would have wanted Willie Rioli with the ball in his hand.
He ran hard over there to try and be the first one, but Mead beat him to it.
Jackson Mead is given the footy here, so he's going to snap across the body with the right side. Mead pushes it across the face. It won't be a score. Punched away out of bounds, and we'll have a throw-in in the opposite pocket. Deep forward for Port Adelaide. 23 gone in the second term. It's been Sydney's quarter. They've kicked 5 goals to 1 in the term. And the Swans lead it by 32 points. Dangerous stage of this preliminary final for Port Adelaide. They need the next one.
Ball put back in, right full forward for Port. Grundy took front position, palmed it down. Lloyd should get there first. Wines tackles him, takes him to ground. Umpire says, holding the ball.
Unbelievably in this quarter, Port Adelaide have had more inside 50s than Sydney.
Yeah, mate.
They've had 11. They've had 10 inside 50s to Sydney 7, but Sydney have kicked 5 goals 1 from their 7 inside 50s.
A lot of
efficiency both ends, isn't it?
A lot of defensive marks inside Port Adelaide's 50 though by Sydney. They just pumped it in there, and Sydney have said thanks far too often. Here comes Wines from the free kick. 51 out from goal. He elects to set it to the teeth of goal. Dixon front position. Radaglia threw it on the boot. Bounced as far as Blake. He got it back to Campbell. Clearing kick for Sydney. Towards left half back. Trying to fly was Rosie. Hit the ground hard. They'll take the advantage here. It was a free kick Rosie's way, and Porter able to spot Burgoyne, who marks in the right forward pocket.
Yeah, better composure, lowering their eyes instead of blazing away again. But another difficult shot out on the angle, but at least they got back into the game the last 2 or 3 minutes with their forward pressure, denying Sydney the ball.
Wines the player who delivered. Here is Burgoyne. Tight angle. He won't go for goal. Again towards the top of the square. Dixon got hands to it. Couldn't mark. Spills to ground. Sydney through Milliken. Work it away to McInerney. Tries to find McLean up against the boundary line. Hand passes to himself. The ball took a little ricochet away. He was bumped into by Logan Evans. The ball came off and then over for a boundary throw-in in front of the members' stand. 3-5-23 Port. They trail Sydney 9-1, 55-25 gone in the second term.
Boundary throw-in. Sweet and Grundy go at it. Sweet for Grundy for Sydney wins it down. Squeeze the kick away straight to Narkle. Hand pass away to Butters. He's been pursued by Campbell. Got a hand pass inside to Burton, who falls over. Invites Heaney in. Hand pass away to McLean. McLean back to Campbell. A little too hot for him. Ball spills to Zirk Thatcher. Campbell tackles him. Ball comes out. Burton's hand pass picked off. Sydney back the other way. Rowbottom kicks inside 50. Patley clever. Spikes it on to Parker and trickles out of bounds. Right forward pocket for the Swans. Boundary throw in deep forward for Sydney. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
So Bergman's got that left ankle restrapped. He's gone and done a run through. He can't put hardly any weight on it, but he's still standing at the interchange bench. So I think they're going to give him a crack, but he is not good.
Neither are Port Adelaide as a unit at the moment as Grundy wins it down. Wines stepped over the top of it. Sweet didn't. Picks it up. Kicks Port towards left half back, but then going up to take the mark. McCartan rose into the air, the big fella, and then goes backwards to Blakey. Furthest man back for Sydney. Takes a bounce just inside the defensive edge of the centre square. Runs forward. The kick wasn't great in front of Florent. Has to quickly work it back to Milliken. And then Roberts has run down. Georgiades got him. Georgiades gets up and he'll take the free kick by moving it short, and he gets it to Mead. Takes it on the attacking edge of the centre circles for Port Adelaide.
They didn't go quick, and now Sydney get numbers back, so Mead goes wide to Narkle. He's got Butters further afield if he can get it to him. Floats the kick out to Zach Butters. High half forward, 70 out. Kicks inside 50 at full stretch. Georgiades knocked away. Nice work by Melican. Loose footy half forward for Port. Mead attacks it. Bumped off it. Here's Gordon. Hand pass away to Rowbottom. Long kick in front of the benches. It'll stay in play. McLean tries to whack it forward. Didn't get all of it. Jordan collects and Butters returns the favour with a heavy tackle out of play. And a boundary throw in front of the interchange. Sydney by 32 points. 27 gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. A spot in the grand final up for grabs. Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Primus, your ABC Sport experts. Declan Byrne on the boundary. I'm Corbin Middlemass, and this is Clint Wilder.
Reckon Butters enjoyed that. It was thrown back in. Grundy punched it down. Butters in hot pursuit. Now the umpire is going to call a stoppage here. There's been a head clash. Sweet and Horn Francis.
And I think
Grundy pushed Sweet into it.
Yeah.
That's the reason they were both down for a moment, the Port players.
Got to get a score here, Port. They're back at the game on their terms, dominating stoppage inside 50s, but once again just their inside 50 kick lacking.
It came to Boak. He puts it back inside forward 50 for Port. Big pack flies. Here's Burgoyne. Hand pass over the top. He wanted Rioli. Rioli gathers. Oh, Willie! That is magnificent. That might be the spark that Port desperately needed. He spun to his left and found the major opening. Port Adelaide with a much-needed goal. They're fourth, and they've cut Sydney's lead back to 26 points. Port 4-5-29, Sydney 9-1-55. We've gone 29 minutes in the second term. This is finals footy on ABC Sport.
A little magic, that's all you need. Just get one back. It's still 3 minutes remaining in this second term. But a bit of reward, 13 inside 50s. They haven't had a lot of the ball. They've only had the 48 possessions for this quarter, but sometimes you just need to make something out of nothing. And that's what Port Adelaide were able to do there.
Yeah, hopefully it sparks Rioli into a bit of excitement, because there's lots of looks down there. There's enough inside 50s, enough ground balls by the big guys on the ground, but that's the first time we've seen him get a crumb and a shot on goal.
And it doesn't look like it's going to be the big guys for Port today, so...
Well, and it's something I want to talk about at half-time. I think pull the trigger on the sub.
Grundy wins it down. Heaney and Sweet both wrestle for it. Ball spits out. Here's Butters. Sweet hand pass over his shoulder, finds Drew. Drew kicks the power inside 50. Malik leads Georgiades to the footy. Takes the intercept mark, half-back for the Swans. Sydney by 26 points. A half-hour mark now this second quarter. The preliminary final. Kick goes wide and Heaney, good grab in front of Burgoyne. Takes the mark and he's had his boot come off his heel, so he has to adjust that before getting up to take his kick. Still over 2 minutes on the game clock. And quarter number 2 goes short on the 45 to McInerney. McInerney chips it to a one-on-one. Not a good kick. Wanted Goulden. And Burton stands in front of him, takes an easy intercept. He has it for Port Adelaide. Sends it back down to half forward. They try to Dixon again. Did he get a shot from McCartan? No whistle. Ball knocked out of play. And a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the power.
So Sydney are finding a 45 off that kick, then look to switch and go open side where the space is, where Port just plays straight line, and maybe a free kick there, but easy to defend once again for Sydney's defenders, and their wingers get back to support.
Ball back in. Grundy slapped it forward, socked forward though by Butters, and he's put it out of bounds on the full. Be a free kick deep in the left back pocket for the Swans. Their lead remains 26 points, just past the half an hour mark in the second term. Sydney through McCartan. Looking back towards left half back. Zerk Thatcher was front position. Couldn't mark. Spilled down again though for Goulden. Gave it to Warner. Back to Goulden. Still at left half back. Right up against the boundary line. That's a great kick. Worked its way around the body to McInerney, who marks. Plays onto the run of Warner. He takes a bounce. Warner, what will he do? He'll put it deep inside forward 50. Going up, Bergman knocked it down in the direction of Aliir. Tackled by Papley. Got it back inside to Bergman again. Now to Jones. Port Adelaide look to work it through by hand. It comes again to Rosie, who turns it over. The kick wasn't great. Rampy couldn't do much with it. Rosie battled up and picked it up and gave it to Drew, and then it's turned over once more to Goulden, and that was ineffective from Rosie, and Goulden has it in the centre square.
Swans by 26 late in the opening half. Goulden one way, then the other. Trying to get back on his left side. He goes short to Roberts. Another southpaw turns and kicks down to half forward. Rosie in the box seat. Clever from Hayward. Punches it away from him, but that's not what he wanted. Straight to Rioli. Good vision. Looks inboard. Finds Butters inside the middle of the SCG. Hand pass releases the veteran bloke. He kicks to full forward. Horn Francis in a good position. No mark. Can't take it. Georgiades a follow-up tackle, but the kick away from the Swans from Roberts ends up straight with Rioli, who marks on the blue paint for the 50 at right half forward.
Very confident, isn't he?
Well, there's 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
So he's taken the responsibility now, Willie.
This will be the last kick of the half. And it's a big kick in the context of the game. The home team have had a big second term, kicking 5 goals to 2 in the quarter. Willie Rioli skips in. 55-metre drop punt, sails goalward. It'll be punched through on the line. A minor score. And it'll be the Swans by 25 at half-time in their home prelim. They are 2 quarters away from getting back to that one day in September. Sydney 9-1, 55. Port Adelaide 4-6-30. The Power with it all to do at half-time. The Swans by 25 points. The goal kickers, Logan McDonald, along with Tom Papley and Joel Amati, all have 2 each. Singles for McLean, for Heaney and for Lloyd. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, 1 each for Rosie, Butters, Burgoyne and Rioli. So at half-time, it's 9-1, 55 the Swans, leading Port Adelaide 4-6-30. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Our coverage of the first preliminary final, of course, the winner to go straight through to next Saturday's grand final. And I'll play the winner of Geelong and Brisbane in our coverage of that prelim tomorrow from the MCG, starting just after 3:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. All right, the 2 teams split. They're about to make their way off the playing arena and into the rooms at half-time. An opportunity for us to get the thoughts of Matty Primus and Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, Ramo was dominated, as we said, about just about Sydney's ball movement, their ability to move the ball so quickly. Because if you look at some of the key stats, Port are winning the inside 50s by +5. They're 26-9 in clearances. But Sydney are holding on with that contested ball stuff, but then it's just the outside. The 56-28 uncontested marks, 117-72 uncontested possession. So there's no pressure from Port Adelaide once it gets outside the bubble. And that's allowing then Goulden, Blakely, Florin and Heaney are the top 4 possession winners on the ground. If you're allowing them easy outside ball, they're going to kill you, Sydney, with how slick they are with their ball movement. And that's what's costing Port Adelaide. So what can they do? They have to try and change up the way they go inside 50s, whether it's less tools than what they have there. But they really haven't done that all year. This has been their strength. But then when it comes undone or teams are too strong for them in the air down back, it's their Achilles heel. And that's what cost them 2 weeks ago against Geelong. And at times this year it's also cost them in the home and away season. So big decisions for the coaching panel to make, because you couldn't get any more dominant with their contested footy, but it's just not working for them on the scoreboard. So they've got to make some changes, otherwise they won't be able to make a dent in Sydney's scoreboard.
Well, I think you're going to make the call now at half-time. Is it Dixon or Ratugolea that you're going to go with in the second half? Now, both of them can play as a second ruck.
Who would you go with?
Tonight, probably Dixon.
Yeah, I think we go with the better forward.
Yeah,
over
if you look at marks inside forward 50, it's 7-3 in Sydney's favour. The 3 marks inside 50, one to Jace Burgoyne, one to Willie Rioli, one to Mitch Georgiades.
Yeah.
So they're not marking the ball when it's so they've got an advantage. They've had 31 inside 50s to 26. Yeah, Sydney are deadly accurate at the moment. 9 goals won.
But it's also not staying inside 50 either,
right.
remember. So when
because
he hits
there's
the
no
ground,
pressure.
there's no
So
pressure,
Francis Evans comes onto the ground,
Yep.
can play as a smaller forward.
Yep.
That's why I've always thought, well, why leave McAtee out of the team? He's played a lot of the season as that pressure forward. We know pressure forward in finals become really, really important. The other reality of this game, Sydney have turned it into a marking game. 61 marks to 30
Yep.
in this game, where most finals are ground ball get games. And Port can't cause enough chaos at the moment because Sydney have kicked the ball so well. They kicked it at 80% that quarter, and for the half, their kicking efficiency is 75%.
And it's because they can't slow them down.
That's right. Their usage by foot is terrific. But when they're marking, what they're doing is they're rolling the ball on.
Yep.
So the significant change right at the back end of that first quarter was Luke Parker going to Aaliyah. So Aaliyah was dominating. He had 3 intercept marks in that first quarter, and he was looking really, really good. Aaliyah had 1 possession in that second quarter, 1 handball.
Yep.
So Luke Parker's doing his job. Luke Parker in that second quarter himself, he might not even have touched the ball. He did touch the ball in that second quarter, Luke Parker, but enormously effective in the role that he had to play for the team because it just dragged Aaliyah out. And that's all that they needed to do. Aaliyah, I was mistaken, he had 2 handballs that quarter. So it's the role that was needed in the Sydney coach's box. They pulled the trigger early in that quarter. They didn't wait. And that's what I'm getting at with Port Adelaide at halftime. Don't wait to use your sub. Just pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. There's no second chance.
Yeah, what's it? Apollo Creed speaking to Rocky. There is no tomorrow, Rocky.
There is no tomorrow. That's exactly right.
It's time to go.
Pull the trigger now. It's a clear deficiency in Port Adelaide's game. The ball going inside forward 50. The Tools aren't marking it. The ball's going to ground level. Sydney are taking the ball from their defensive 50 and using their kicking skills from there.
Just the second time in the last 7 matches the Swans are up at half-time. They lead by 25 points. The collision between Rampy and Butters.
Look, on first glance, it looked fine to me.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries, I think.
Yep. So Butters basically handballed the ball forward. Rampy jumped in the air, caught him high. They paid a free kick, which was right, a right decision on the spot.
Butters straight bounced back up.
Butters straight back up and carried on. So that's really the only thing that comes close to an MRO episode, and an ankle concern for Miles Bergman. But as Declan told us, he came back on and played out the remainder of that first half. So we'll keep an eye on him after half time. We'll bring you up to date with what's happening in the NRL after the latest from the ABC newsroom. The Swans by 25 points at the half. They lead at 9-1 over Port Adelaide 4-6. So Ken Hinkley's men with it all to do at half-time. A place in the grand final up for grabs. You're listening to Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Residents in Lebanon have been reacting to the Israeli bombardment that's hit the country over the past 24 hours. Israel's carried out extensive airstrikes on southern Lebanon, targeting positions of the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah. The military says its warplane struck more than 100 rocket launchers, as well as a weapons depot, while Hezbollah says it had also launched strikes on military sites in northern Israel. This Lebanese woman says her government has failed its people.
What is going on here is terrifying. It's like if we were inside a horror movie, our long, terrifying dream. We are hostages. Yes, we are hostages. People do not have the means to survive, neither materially or morally. And our politicians have failed us.
Back home, and advocates are welcoming the public consultation of a new category of disability supports for those outside the NDIS. The Social Services Minister is leading the design of foundational supports, which was a key recommendation from last year's review into the NDIS. Around 2,000 people have registered to attend the virtual consultation. Deputy CEO of People with Disability Australia, Megan Spindler-Smith, says it's a positive move.
The NDIS covers only a small percentage
of the actual people with disability across Australia who do need these kind of support. So co-design is absolutely fundamental so that we actually have say on what we need.
Victorian MP Renee Heath has been questioned in the federal court over how a journalist ended up with closely held notes taken inside a Liberal Party meeting to oust Moira Deeming in the wake of an anti-trans rights rally last year. Nicole Asher has the story.
Renee Heath has been cross-examined as part of a defamation case by expelled Liberal MP Moira Deeming against her former boss, opposition leader John Pasuto. In March last year, Ms Heath had been tasked with note-taking during a critical meeting in which Liberal MPs debated expelling Ms Deeming from their ranks. Under questioning by Mr Pasuto's lawyer Matt Collins KC, Ms Heath told the court she'd forgotten she'd sent preliminary notes of the meeting from her parliamentary email address to her private email account and then on to Ms Deeming. At one point, Mr Collins KC asked Ms Heath whether she was a close friend of Ms Deeming, to which Ms Heath replied yes.
The founding member of Sydney's street gang, the Inner West Brotherhood, has been charged with importing $6 million worth of methamphetamine. William Niuka has been arrested by officers from the Raptor Squad. The 33-year-old's accused of importing 21 kilograms of methamphetamine into Sydney from Mexico. Raptor Squad Commander, Detective Superintendent Andrew Koutsouphis, says the Inner West Brotherhood's a key player in Sydney's violent postcode wars and has links to the Comancheros bikie gang.
They're one of the original street gangs. They're involved in the drill rap music scene. Again, music that incites violence, that incites young people to go off and use extreme violence, using knives, guns against others that maybe just, live in a different district. It's just crazy.
The Mining and Energy Union, along with several of its then officials, have been fined after subjecting workers at the Queensland Oakey Creek mine to verbal abuse and posting derogatory material online about them in 2017. Freya Jetson with the story.
The court found workers at the Oakey Creek North coal mine near Emerald were subject to verbal abuse and had derogatory material posted about them online during a 2017 industrial dispute. In his findings, Justice Darryl Rangier said the repeated, sustained and violent nature of the abuse would have had a detrimental effect on the mental well-being of the workers. The Mining and Energy Union and 5 of its then officials have been fined a combined $657,000 for breaching the Fair Work Act.
An agreement's been reached between the New South Wales Government and the Rail Union for extra staff to the South West Metro. The Transport Minister says there's been positive conversations, which means that government will now be able to progress the conversion of the T3 line to the new metro. Once operational, it'll have a staff member present on every train and every platform. And independent UN experts on human rights are describing the situation in Haiti as catastrophic. William O'Neill says the Southern Peninsula is still cut off from the rest of the country by 1,000 gang members, seizing control in 2021 after the murder of the president. He says a lack of international commitment to quell the violence has played to the gang's advantage.
Time works in the gang's favor. The gangs have used that time to replenish their arms and munitions, most of which come from the United States. I think it's a shocking failure on the part of the United States to stop these weapons from getting here.
ABC News.
ABC Sports coverage of the footy finals is in full swing on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger.
But we also have a massive summer of sport coming your way.
It's gone for 4. Australia have won.
T20 and one-day international cricket, the BBL and WBBL, the Women's Ashes. Plus, the Test series between Australia and India.
Unbelievable.
Take ABC Sport with you wherever you go with the ABC Listen app. This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
Marty for Sydney pauses while players stream forward, backtracks for a moment, and the kick is a clever one. It's out in space, running onto it. Cunningham gathers it right half forward, puts it into the right forward pocket, and the mark's taken by McDonald. Already 1 goal tonight, Logan McDonald. This is about a 45-degree angle to the right. He'll kick from 30 out. It's dead straight. McDonald's got 2. He's dining out in the early stages at the SCG.
Port Adelaide only relying on being able to kick scores out of stoppage at the moment.
Swans by 15. Narkle got it out to Drew. Hand pass away to Rosie. Rosie on the run. He's that guy for Port Adelaide. Rosie kicks truly, and one they needed from their skipper. He's kicked one already tonight, Jake Lloyd. It's probably just beyond him here. To the round weekend, he stabs it into the pocket. Heaney with strength. Holds Holds out Burgoyne, takes the contested mark in the right forward pocket. What a year he's had. Isaac Heaney with number 5 on his back. He's a 5-star guy. Hooks it through for the goal. And the Swans lead swells. It's out to 21 points.
The clean is in. Sends it towards goal. You'd expect nothing less the way they're kicking at the moment. It's through for another major. Sydney now by 33 points.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
It got to breaking point at one stage in that second quarter for Port Adelaide. Willie Rioli kicking the last goal of the half just to keep Port Adelaide in it. The first preliminary final sees the home team up by 25 points at half-time. It's the Sydney Swans who lead Port Adelaide. My name's Corbin Middlemass, Clint Wilden calling the footy with me, Matty Primus and Adam Ramanauskas, your ABC Sport experts. And on the boundary is Declan Byrne. It has been a beautiful day in Sydney. Got the 24 degrees, clear day. It is still 18 at the moment and clear, so a beautiful night for football for the prelim. And for Port Adelaide, they have a bit of work to do at half-time. Off the SMS, the number, by the way, is 0437 774 774. To David and Helen, listening on the app, on the train from Milan Station, headed for St. Moritz. Have a great call, team. Thanks, David and Helen. Nice to hear from you. From Ben, listening to you guys all the way from Honolulu. No one's showing it at any pubs. Go the Swannies. Thanks, Ben. Nice we can bring it to you in the word pictures on ABC Radio. Jeremy, listening in from Seattle in the United States at 3:30 a.m. in the morning. Loving the call. Let's go the Swans. Thanks, Jeremy. And from Marcus in Ballarat, a great first half. Hope we play as good in the second half. A real team effort. Go the Swans. So that's from Marcus. Appreciate all your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. The other game. The other code that's on tonight, of course, the Cronulla Sharks and the North Queensland Cowboys. This is a semi-final being played literally next door. So at the Moore Park precinct, if you've ever been here or seen an overhead shot, you'll know that the Sydney Football Stadium, which has recently been rebuilt, is behind the goals at the Paddington end. And then directly behind that is the Bradman stand, which is where the Port Adelaide team are doing their warm-up at the moment before the start of the second half. Now, 43 minutes in, so early in the second half, it is the Sharks who lead that 24-6 over North Queensland. So 24-6 the score at the moment there. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Primus. Adjustments at half-time. Rama, you're calling for a sub to be made for Port Adelaide.
Yeah, well, that is an adjustment because of how their forward line is functioning. When something's not working, particularly in a prelim, you've got to fix it quick. And I don't think at any stage in that first half, Ken wanted to fix that forward line. A lot of the time, it was Georgiades, Dixon and Ratagalia in that forward line.
So why does he not want to fix it? He just hopes that he keeps throwing it at the wall and hope it sticks.
Correct. He's hoping for a couple of contested marks now. We mentioned in that second quarter, Port Adelaide going inside forward 50. They're kicking to a pack of 6 or 8 players. Sydney going inside forward 50, Matty, lowering the eyes, hitting up leading targets. A genuine one-on-one contest, and they got rewarded in that second quarter.
Yeah, look, and it's normally their style of play. He does continue to go with that, and perhaps that's where a bit of criticism comes from. When it doesn't work, he just keeps sticking to it and doesn't sub those tools off. So, look, there are other things they can do. They can kick the ball, when they kick it to packs, rather than just bang it on their heads, kick it to advantage and give them a jump at it. And ask their smalls to be better with their pressure too, because, there's been enough ball on the ground and their smalls have done really nothing. I think it's about 10 inside 50 Sydney have taken coast to coast, which is through the roof for a half a footy. So there's a few adjustments there. Looks like on our champion data that the sub isn't going to be changed yet. So they're going to go tools again. Whether they try and rotate them or only have 1 or 2 on there at the same time, and but then that inhibits your run. So really interesting, because Sydney are going to try and lift a bit of their clearance work. If they can do that, this scoreboard could get out of control if Port don't fix that inside 50.
And I think the other adjustment that Port Adelaide need is around these uncontested marks. So they're up at 61 marks. So uncontested, let's call it 55. Although they would have had uncontested marks in that half. That's just far too many, and that's inviting then Sydney's ball use and foot skills. Yep. Mentioned how well they kicked the football in that first half when it's 75% by foot. You can't allow that in the final, because that's just too many looks. 26 inside 50 Sydney only had in that first half for 9 goals won.
One game in the AFLW tonight. It was North Melbourne 42-6 over Port Adelaide. So big win for North Melbourne there by 36 points. Still a heap of games to come this weekend, including, 1, 2, 3 tomorrow. And then the Sunday slate to complete an extended week 4. The other news in footy today ahead of tomorrow's preliminary final between Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. The Cats confirming that assistant coach Stephen King had a medical episode at the team's captain's run session in Geelong earlier this morning. Stephen has been taken to hospital for further assessment and was conscious as he departed Cadinia Park. The club's priority is Stephen's health, and we ask that the media please respect him and his family's privacy at this time. But of course, our thoughts with Stephen. Matty Primus, you've been in an AFL coach's box in the not too distant past. I mean, that to one side, obviously our primary thoughts are with Stephen and we hope he's okay, but how disruptive is that for a coach's box to lose a senior assistant really the day before a big-time preliminary final? What will it mean for the Cats coach's box tomorrow?
Look, it'll be a little bit different for them, but geez, Chris Scott's probably the bee's knees of coaches in the AFL, isn't he? And Dangerfield through the middle of the ground. They've probably got enough experience in there through to get it. You'd love to have him in there, but I think they would, a club like Geelong, just keep finding ways to keep on improving or doing the same no matter who's playing there. So just interesting back to this game. They've continued again. Horn Francis in the square, the two tools forward to the ball. So they're going to see if they can try and kick the ball inside 50 a little bit better or try and hang on to it a little bit more. But I'd say if it doesn't work after 10 or 15 minutes, we might see the sub coming pretty quick.
40 minutes to go in the preliminary final for 2024 to see who the first team through to the 2024 grand final will be. And Port Adelaide have it all to do. They're playing catch-up in this game. It is the Swans by 25 points. And gee, they're in position early. There's still at half a minute on the clock that'll tick down here before the siren goes and we'll all be ready to restart. So pretty eager, Rama, to get back out there in position and get started.
No, I like it. Be ready.
Yeah, you're usually a later arriver. You just walk out there right on the siren.
Right out, yeah.
Way too early for you to be out there.
No, way too early for me, but at least it showed Port Adelaide already, I think, more than anything.
Let's see what adjustments Ken Hinkley has. The Swans by 25 points. Into the second half we go. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Clint Wilden.
It's do or die, as we know. One team through to the grand final. The other, the season is over. Good bounce to start. Sweet with the more telling tap against Grundy. Heaney went out after it. Drew's with him. Florent couldn't gather first time. Tackled to ground by Sweet. Umpire lets it go, and then we're going to ball it up. Thought about it for a moment just on the outer edge of the cricket wickets. Going to ball it up. Sweet again versus Grundy. Grundy punches it forward. Full fist, smashing it forward. So too Haywood. Getting back there, Zerk Thatcher. Shrugs one tackle. Lost possession of the footy. That'll be holding the ball. Knocked out of his grasp. He tried to go on with it. Amati gets the free kick. Gives it to Warner. Goes long. What a start for the second half for Sydney. Chad Warner. Sheer delight. And so too for the Swans fans packed into the SCG. Their first goal in about 45 seconds of the third term. Their lead is 31 points. They've got 10 on the board. 10-1-61. Port Adelaide 4-6-30. I shudder to say this after what we've seen throughout the finals, but it's going to take some coming back from here for Port Adelaide.
It is, and the scary thing is if Sydney can fix up their clearance work, well, it was a 26-9 at half-time, if they can break even with that, that's going to make it really difficult for Port Adelaide to generate any score, and Sydney is just going to find another avenue to score. So really scary times. We're only very early here, but if Sydney can wrestle that strength away from Port Adelaide, there's going to be danger signs in Port's coach's box.
Problems for Ken Hinkley and Port Adelaide immediately after half-time. Back in the middle. Warner knocks it forward towards Rowbottom. Hand pass away to Florin. Handball to Goulden, but the Swans retreating. Hurriedly kicks down the wing. Bergman knocks it away from McDonald, and then Bergman tackles McDonald as the ball hits the deck. Ball up on the wing. Sydney by 31. 33 is as wide as it's been so far. Grundy grabs it out of the ruck, tackled, lost it, regathers, hand pass to Rowbottom, high up and under to half forward. Amati moves Zerk Thatcher out the way, ball spills down to McDonald, kick smothered. Zerk Thatcher with the 1%er, now lays a tackle, ball, the tackle was high. It's going to be a free kick. It's coming back to McInerney at high half forward for the Swans. This guy's had injury problems at the back end of the season, but he is a key piece John Longmire's team battling with that left knee problems. He's got it strapped tonight. McInerney goes long to full forward. A Marty hands to it. Aaliyah spoils in front of Burton. He's looking to rush it through, and he does for a minor score. Swans by 32, but Port Adelaide flat-footed to start the second half. And they needed a jump start at half-time. They haven't got it thus far.
And Zach Butters starting on the bench again to start this third quarter. You want a jump start, put your best players out.
8 disposals to zip, by the way. Port haven't touched the footy, Clint, through the opening 2 minutes or 3 minutes of this third term.
They get the kick in through Burton, and now a mark to Bergman. Plays on by a hand to Jones. Runs into the centre square. Will kick Port Adelaide towards left half forward. 2-on-2 battle out there. Ball hits the deck. Radaglia makes the tackle. He allowed the Swans player coming through to gather. It's McCartan. And then the ball's over the boundary line for a throw-in. Inside Port's forward 50, about 45 out from their attacking goal. Going to the right of our broadcast position in this the third term, the Randwick end. All right.
Before that, Hinkley just a booze again from the crowd when Hinkley on the screen.
They've been consistent with that. John Longmire saying a bit in the box. Came down here from Sweet on in turn towards Drew, and then the kick was long towards goal from Wines. It misses. They need goals, not behinds. 4-7-31 Port. 10-2-62 Sydney. 4 gone in the third.
Long kick goes up towards the wing for Sydney. Port Adelaide win it back. Wines hand pass away to Rosie. Draws the tackler. Hand pass to Boak. Kicks to the goal square, and the goalkeeper backing Rampy. Takes the intercept mark for the Swans. And again they go bouncing away through the lizard. Blakey kicks to half back. Finds Warner. Been a little more conservative tonight with their ball movement, the Swans. They've got it at half-back here. Haven't seen them go sort of kamikaze through the corridor as much tonight.
They're happy just to hang on to it, aren't they? Hit those short targets and play one side of the ground.
Matty Primus on ABC Sport. Warner goes short to Heaney. There's superstar in his Sydney team.
And they don't need to, because Port Adelaide allowing them to just hit the targets as they move the ball up the field.
Swans by 31. Heaney hands it out to Blakey. Kicks inside the forward 50. It's a good kick. Wanted Papley. Hands to it. No mark. Spills to Amati. Hurried kick to the goal square. Lloyd and Boat down there in a one-on-one. Lloyd gets across. Knocks it down. Hand pass to Rowbottom. Back to Lloyd. Hand pass away towards Parker. Now he's in trouble. He coughs it up. Papley collects. Kick smothered. Ball comes out Port Adelaide's way. Boat loose. Hand pass close to the boundary line. Papley tried to soccer it from a tight angle. Jones picks it up for Port.
Gave it to Aaliyah, spun out of trouble, kicked beyond defensive 50 to left half back. McCartan took front position against Radaglia. Picks it up, tries to break the tackle, got boot to ball. Chance here for Boak. Gathers inside his defensive 50. Gave it to Rosie. One former captain to the current one. On in turn to Burn Jones from centre wing. Eastern side of the ground, kick towards left half forward. Dixon under real pressure, couldn't pick it up. Milliken could. Gathered it for Sydney, sent it back from whence it came. Will bounce. Oh, no, it won't. It'll just go out of bounds on the full. It's just going to clip the inside of the line. Free kick for Port, moved by Boat quickly to Burton. Now it's in the hands of Wines.
He's getting the Bronx cheer a fortnight ago, Charlie Dixon. It hasn't gone his way again tonight. They go to him once more, and covering across, Rampy pumps it out of bounds with his fist. And the boundary throwing 35 out from the power goal. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
You talk about Butters starting on the bench. It's such an old school tag that Jordan sits on the bench and is just looking, glancing over at him. As soon as Butters gets up to come onto the field, Jordan is up there next to him at the interchange bench.
Penny for Zach Butters' thoughts on James Jordan. A tough night for him in a high-stakes game. Boundary throwing comes down to Wines. He's tackled. Said he got a kick away. Goulden likewise. Trickled off his boot, but straight to Boak. Turns and kicks it as deep as he can to the goal square. Dixon going to ground along with Malikan, and the ball bounces through for a behind. A behind for Boak. 30 points, Sydney's lead.
He's wearing Port Adelaide colours tonight, but I remember Josh Carr almost went down an Eagles race in a derby. He was checking Ben Cousins that closely at half-time.
So right now, out of Georgiades, Radaglia and Dixon, combined, you've got 11 possessions and 2 marks.
Blakey goes right up the corridor. Bergman was able to punch it down. Bergman over the top of it, tackled by Rowbottom. That's held in. It'll be a ball up. A couple of metres shy of the attacking edge of the centre square for Port.
And 2 behinds.
Yeah, it's inefficient form, isn't it? Absolutely, Rammer.
Sweet just shoves Heaney out of the way, tapped it down, but it went straight to Warner of Sydney. Moves it to McLean, and then Warner continued to run inside him. That was beautifully done. Found him by hand. Warner's kick wasn't as great. Running over the top of it, Florent. Port might end up with his boat, tried to slap it out. Couldn't find a teammate, though. Lloyd, his hand pass went awry as well. Sweet tapped it between his legs. Old school tunnel ball. Found Drew, then Burgoyne, now Bergman. Kicks deep inside forward 50, high and long again. It'll bounce towards goal. Cunningham will track it back, and he's happy to take it across for another behind.
Just a poor kick inside 50. Just kick it to grass for Radically. He just turned around his back and made it easy for Sydney to rush it behind again.
I know Albert Einstein didn't say it, but the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, that is Port tonight.
Absolutely.
He got quoted as
I was about to say,
he
he got widely attributed with it, didn't he?
No, apparently it's been disproved. Disproved it wasn't him. But it's a good quote, nonetheless.
It is.
It's a ripper.
As Malikan goes long to McLean, reaching up and takes the mark overhead in front of the pack on the wing. Of course, he was the lucky one last time they made the grand final a couple of years ago. Came in for this man, Logan McDonald, who receives the short kick from McLean. McLean hadn't played since round 8 that year and then came back in for the grand final. Of course, it was a day the Swans would rather forget, trying to book their second grand final appearance in 3 years. Long kick to a pack in the pocket, and Aaliyah puts his hands up, takes the intercept mark for Port. Dangerous kick, just got its way towards Boak, who marks. Fullback for Port Adelaide.
I like the switch, though. I try and open up the game, take a risk.
Long kick out to halfback for Bergman. He's got a blowout. He's had his ankle re-strapped. Gives a hand pass away to Rose. He comes back to Bergman. Little fumble. Hand pass dangerous. Florent picks it off. Sydney back inside 50. Kicks onto the chest of Parker, who hits up and marks in the corridor. And he'll shoot from 40 out, dead in front.
Geez, they're good off the turnover. They can run with Port out of that switch was on, but they closed it down so quickly. And when they win the ball back, they are as good as anybody at punishing you the other way. Amazing skills.
There's nothing you can do about that as a defender for Aaliyah. Aaliyah trailing Parker. And Luke Parker to make him pay. Absolutely lethal on the turnover. He misses though out with the right behind.
Well, what you do about it is don't turn the ball over in the middle of the ground.
Yeah. Prevention's a better remedy. Swans by 5 goals, 30 points their lead, 10 played third quarter. This is finals footy on ABC Sport.
So up the middle, short kick coming from Evans. Logan Evans continues his run after he was marked here by Drew. Has to be precise, and he finds Jones marking still just inside his defensive 50. This is a dangerous kick out to Burgoyne. He's done really well. Goulden was right with him. Had to leap up, the ball coming over his right shoulder, caressing the footy into his chest. He has it on centre wing. Again, a measured pass. Leading out is Sin.
This is better. A few uncontested marks, pulling Sydney apart.
More control from Port. Sin will kick towards right half forward. Radaglia went after it, got a little nudge, came off his shoulder. Ooh, collision between Warner and the other number one in Rosie. Spills for the Swans. Roberts to a one-on-one inside forward 50. Amati was in best position. Zerk Thatcher had his back to the footy as it came in, and Amati was able to keep himself in the right spot. The long kick inside forward 50, and that was wonderful effort and a good mark too from Amati. He'll go back and have a shot from 35 out. He'll start in line with the left-hand point post.
Apologies if I'm harping on this to our listeners. The ball goes to a contest. It nearly hits Radaglia in the head.
Yeah.
Then the other end of the ground, it goes into a one-on-one contest, and Amati's just too good for Zerk Thatcher.
Joel Amati trots in. We're right behind the kick, and he's steered it through. It's a red and white night as Joel Amati gets his third. And Sydney stretch the lead again. Out to another game high. 38 points now in favour of the Swans. 11-3-69 to Port Adelaide. 4-9-33. 12 gone in the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Our experts Matt Primus and Adam Remanaskas.
Just Matty made to play on turnover again.
Yeah, they're so good, aren't they? They explode off the turnover. They run off half-back. They're on ballers, get going, their forwards lengthen, get out of each other's way. They're so good, and hence why they're the number one scoring team off the turnover. But Yeah, it's they're trying Port Adelaide a different method, but it's just not working for them, and there's still the inefficiency and the inability to lock the ball in their forward 50. That's killing him. Ken's going down to the bench here, and we'll see if a sub comes on shortly.
It's getting out of hand. We saw last week the Brisbane Lions coming back from 44 points down, which was the second greatest finals comeback of all time. You don't want to have to rely on that. Lead is 6 goals for Sydney as Sweet palms it down to Butters, kicks inside the forward arc, spills down towards Burne-Jones, shakes one tackle, hand pass away to Burgoyne, kicks from half forward to full forward, hands on it from Georgiades, can't trap it, Rioli throws a boot at it, getting back there Campbell, hand pass away towards Florent, he's right on the goal line and everyone just stops and stands still. He didn't want to rush it through, so he kicks hurriedly to half back. And the mark taken beautifully, hands down, a one-on-one victory for the Swans. And to Hayward on the back flank.
They're just starting to win a lot of one-on-one contests too, aren't they, Ramo? Forward of the ball, wherever the quick ball goes to, they're winning a lot of them around the ground.
Swans towards the eastern wing. Sweet to see it over for a boundary throw-in. He had front position against McLean. Sydney's lead 6 goals. Ball to be put back in beneath the Bill O'Reilly stand, directly opposite our broadcast wing. Sydney heading to the left of our broadcast position. Paddington end in his third term. Ball back in. Sweet with the more telling tap. It came down to Heaney. Got a kick away. The direction of Marty. Couldn't mark. Spilled down though. Campbell backing up. Gave it to Papley. Immediate hand pass. Had Swans everywhere to go to. Running through McInerney. And he misses. The goal at his mercy. And he misses instead. They haven't done that often tonight. Their kicking has been precise. 11-4-70 Sydney. Port 4-9-33. It's a 37-point lead to the Swans. 14 gone in the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, Burton pulls the trigger straight to centre half back, and Lockie Jones reels in the juggled mark and immediately goes. That light is green through the middle of the SCG. Hand pass to Boat, gives it to Butters, kicks to centre half forward. Big spoil from Cunningham, but straight to Narkle, turns, kicks to full forward. Georgiades marks.
Oh,
and he looked like he wanted to try and move it on. He needs to go back and take care of business. 15 out straight in front.
You're directly in front, 15 metres out. Take the responsibility. Your team needs a goal.
It's been a tough night for the bigs up front. Haven't seen the best of Dixon or Radaglia, and now this young man, Mitch Georgiades, the 22-year-old, on the back of 3 last week. He's goalless so far. Understatement of the night. This is a must-have. Georgiades slams it through. And Port Adelaide keep the door ajar, but they're playing catch-up big time. 15 gone in the third term. Sydney by 31 points. 11-4-70. Port moved to 5-9-39. Declan Byrne on the boundary. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Bergman's come off again. He's wincing in pain. They've restrapped this left ankle again. Still no movement though. Francis Evans still has the sub jersey on, so Bergman looks like he's going to keep pushing.
Well, and he's got to. I don't think there's too much choice in the situation. I'm sure he's taken some pain-killing medication at half time.
When's Francis Evans coming on?
He's got to. We should come on at half time.
Yep.
Simple.
So we're now 16 minutes into the quarter. They're down 2-1.
I can't believe it, really. I honestly can't believe it.
Dixon's been put into the ruck. He's up against Grundy. Grundy wins it. Umpire spots a free kick. It's going to Dixon. It's been held. Hands it off quickly. Chance for Butters now. He'll kick inside forward 50 again. Coming out, Radaglia flew, couldn't mark. Blakey at the drop. He gathers, tackle by Rioli, ball up. Right in front of Port's goal. 25 out.
His lack of forward craft then, didn't he? Just put the jukes out, mark that, or gets a chop, and there's an easy shot on goal 15 metres out. Try to mark it on his chest.
Restart, tap down by Dixon. Straight to a Swan in Rowbottom, was taken high by Georgiades. Rowbottom will get up and take the free kick. Hands it off to Rampy. Goes up the middle, kick in the direction. Coming out to it was Parker. Waited for it to bounce to him. He gathered it, and he got gathered by Evans. The Logan variety. There'll be a ball up at left half forward.
Umpire tosses it up. Umpire Stevic. The Rucks miss it completely. Ball spills down to Burton. He's tackled front on by Grundy. Just on Matt Stevic, by the way. If he gets the call up next week, it'll be his 11th grand final.
Sort of Michael Tuck territory.
Amazing. 9-time All-Australian field umpire, as he was again in 2024, Matt Stevick. Dixon grabs it out of the ruck, centre half back. Hand pass away to Mead. Handball to Burton. Takes the short way home to centre half forward. Georgiades the target. He's beaten hands down. And Rampy takes the intercept mark. So often plays undersized and yet works his way into the best position. Takes a superb intercept mark. Half-back for Sydney. Swans by 31, 17 gone in the third.
And for the completers, a 59th final tonight to Stevic, for whatever that's worth. It's impressive. Port tried to bring it through the middle, but it's able to go across half-back, and he finds Boak, and then gets told he needs to play on. A short run, and that's a terrible kick. Just turns it over down the throat of Florent. Boak's made two awful mistakes tonight. One led to a goal. Will this as Goulden kicks towards right half forward to McInerney. McInerney, 51 out, hard up against the boundary. He wants Papley, marks in the goal square. And I'm prepared to say that both of those Boak clangers will end up as Sydney goals, as Papley will go back and from point-blank range send it through the big sticks for what should be his third.
Yeah, it's a deflating turnover from one of your most experienced player, probably the most experienced player on the ground. Just a easy inside 50 and then just turned it straight to Sydney.
Tom Papley just strides in. He had the right arm in the air to celebrate to the crowd before the ball had even gone through the big sticks. He'll high-five everyone in the vicinity in red and white. And Sydney have their 12th. 37 points their lead again. 12-4-76. The Port Adelaide 5-9-39. We've travelled nearly 19 minutes into the third serve. Papley heads to the bench. Declan Burns downstairs.
Yeah, they love Papley. Big cheer for him. But those first quarter goals were super loud. I feel like these third quarter goals, the crowd just doesn't want to admit yet. They are close, but they can smell that grand final. They're leaving a bit in the tank for this final quarter, the crowd.
Tackles for the game. Port Adelaide have only laid 33 tackles. Like, simply not enough in a final.
If this is the trend and this is how it continues, it's a pretty limp way to go out, isn't it?
No doubt.
And is there going to be a response from Port Adelaide? Crowd involved now, 37 points the margin. An equal game high. No clean takeaway back in the middle. Wines, as he's been tackled, gets a kick out wide. Drew the target, no mark, bowled over. Swans keep their feet. They win the footy. There's one for junior coaches everywhere. Goulden sends it down to half forward. Clean bowls Hayward, picked up by Bergman. Hayward went and got him. Big tackle, holding the ball. And Will Hayward is going to be given the footy on a 45-degree angle. He'll kick from 45 out. Declan Byrne downstairs.
Finally, they've pulled the trigger, Port Adelaide. Francis Evans coming into the game. No one picked it. They've chosen to sub out Jackson Mead.
So they've got no smaller. As Evans comes on and Mead sits down. Three bigs remain up front for Port Adelaide. And it's just about at breaking point. Geez, good. Will Hayward. His drop punt here is across the face and it's through for a behind. The game high lead extends to 38 points as we tick into time on in the third. 12-5-77 Sydney, Port Adelaide 5-9-39. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
And what's costing Port now is they're actually losing the clearance battle. So they were dominating that area. They're losing that and then they're losing outside ball too. So it's a double whammy and that's where the scoreboard's going south on them.
Logan Evans to left half back, turned over. Bergman couldn't mark. Sydney through Florent will go long back towards goal. He's missed to the right-hand side, almost putting it straight back over Port's head. A minor score. 12-6-78 to 5-9-39. 21 gone in the third. It's all Sydney though.
Lockie Jones goes long to a one-on-one on the wing. He wanted Florent and Horn Francis. Slides out the back, though, towards Boak for Port Adelaide. Handball to Bergman. Hand pass to Horn Francis. Gets it back to Boak. He slips away from Roberts. Good transition there. Kicks to the goal square. Dixon marks. Got his hands around it. Standing in the goal square. It was a better kick to him. He didn't let him down there. Straight on top of his head. All he had to do was put his hands up.
But it's the... Like, why does Ratugolea even need to be near him?
Dixon from the goal square. Keeps Port in it. Just. They've got it all to do. Sydney moved to 12.678. Port Adelaide 6.945. They're in chase mode. 22 minutes gone. Third quarter of the preliminary final. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Swans by 33. Declan Byrne.
Logan McDonald for the Swans came off limping. He's going down to the rooms with the doctors. No movement yet from Fox, but I'll keep you abreast of that one from Logan McDonald.
And I say that because I look down when Port are out there, and Dixon's got all this space. There's no need for Radagaliu even to run into that space, Matty.
That's just the synergy or the lack of forward craft that he doesn't have. He plays a certain role, but it's coming unstuck in the finals game. Absolutely like it till he gets Geelong.
Dragging another player into the contest.
Yep.
Sweet against Grundy. Can Port get a second? Grundy won it down straight to Goulden. Threw it on the boot immediately. Kicks inside forward 50. Zerk Thatcher dropped the mark. He could have taken it. McLean tries to pick it up, battling with Burton. It's still there to be won. McLean has another go. Now Hayward got a hand pass out. Knocked down by Port. It came to Parker. Smothered then by Evans. I think by his face. Bounced back again for Sydney. Roberts with Lloyd. Hand pass a bit short for Goulden. Over Rennett. Butter's hand pass stolen by Rowbottom. Gave it again to Goulden. Tried to work it into Campbell. Taken away there by Sin. Sin locked up by the opposite 8 in Rowbottom. Just in the left forward pocket for Sydney. 12.678 the Swans. 6.945 the Power. 23 gone in the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Grundy wins the hit out and rolls it out of bounds. So a throw in front of the old members stand. Sydney by 33. As Clint said, time on in the third. I also mentioned Clint can Port kick the next one, make it a couple in a row. They haven't done that all night. Have not kicked back-to-back goals an entire evening, Port Adelaide. 33 points down, closing in on three-quarter time in the prelim. Horne-Francis at the drop, wins it, takes on the tackle of Grundy. Hand pass to Rosie, slips over. Handball to Noble, he lost his footing. Lloyd wins it. Hand pass to Florence, shoots goalward but misses near side. Wide out at left half forward on the run and behind. Sydney by 34.
This game could be over, Court. 3 goals, 6. The Swans are kicked now this quarter.
24 minutes gone in the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanaskas and Matty Primus. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Wilden calling the footy, and Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Can they find anything here, Port Adelaide? The kick in, it's to Aliir. Still in the right back pocket. He'll come to the commentary wing. There's a heap of Swans. 3-on-1 against Dixon. Spills down though. Here's an opportunity to go forward through Georgiades. Kicks Port towards right half forward, but turns it over. Good mark again. Rampy read that in the flight beautifully. Went up and dragged it down. Goes back inside defensive 50 for Sydney to Cunningham and down to the right back pocket to Goulden, who's compared to just have a little picnic and a cup of tea and think about where to go. Leading up to take the mark was Hayward. Another beautiful kick from Goulden, and he goes back into the left back pocket to Rampy as they'll build their stats a little bit here, Sydney. Into Hayward, back to Rampy once more. Now Rampy kicks beyond defensive 50 and Milliken marks. He's at left half back, a metre in from the boundary. Swans lead 34 points. Milliken kicks with the right, coming down the wing. Aliir was behind his opponent in Amadi, and he takes him over the shoulder. And Amadi will get the free kick in front of the Port interchange gates.
So Amadi turns and goes long down to half forward and intercepted by Bergman, who comes across and takes the mark at half back for Port. 34-point lead for Sydney. Bergman kicks into the corridor. Rosie gets across, knocks it on once and twice. It's straight to the advantage of Florence. Slips a would-be tackle from Rosie. Florence, some indecision. Hand pass to McCartan. He turns, kicks long to centre half forward. Parker climbing from the back, no mark, knocks it down. Burton, hand pass to Bergman in the back pocket. Port under pressure again. Hand pass away to Boak. Short kick. Picked off by Warner. Warner races away. Warner goals. Story of the night. Sydney have had every single answer to any Port Adelaide push. And so it is again. The Swans by 40. 27 minutes gone in the third. The Swans 13.785. Port Adelaide 6.945. Swans by 40 points. Matty Primus and Adam Ramanaskas on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, Ram has mentioned it. It feels like it's about to blow wide open, doesn't it? They've let them off the hook with some simple shots and just their intensity and pressure. Another bit of a poor turnover from Boakey there, but just the perceived pressure that any time they're winning the ball in their back 50, Port Adelaide. They feel like they've got no room to go, trying to make things up, chasing the game. And Sydney, once again, punishing them very easily. Warner, just a beautiful speed and finish and composure.
It is, sadly, for the games record holder for Port, one of the stories of the night. Turnovers, clangers from Boak, leading to goals to Lloyd, to Papley, and now to Warner. Directly from a poor kick, Sydney have punished him. Former Port captain and his team. And they'll get the clearance again from the restart. And here's Warner once more. Takes a bounce, hands it off to Heaney. Heaney will kick inside forward 50. Beautifully gathered on the bounce by Amati. Hands it off again. Goes to Jordan, stripped the hand pass forward. Bergman got in the way this time. Handed off to Butters for Port. To Rosie, back to Butters. Has to get rid of it quickly, does so from right half back. Kicks out towards centre wing commentary side. Burne-Jones sweeping it forward now to Horne-Francis, who kicks inside forward 50, and Dixon marks.
I was lucky. It wasn't a great kick.
Charlie Dixon. If there's to be any hope for Port, this has to go through. You'll be kicking from 52 out. Tight at right half forward. It starts to swing left. They come from everywhere. Sweet went up, got hands to it, couldn't mark. Hacked away by the Swans. McLean's hand pass stolen. Burne-Jones sends it back towards goal. Grundy, the goalkeeper, marks in front of the behind line.
So biggest comeback ever in a final was 47 points, and we learnt during the week that was in 1931. The next biggest we saw last Saturday night, GWS and the Brisbane Lions. So if you're a Port fan, probably not banking on history striking twice, that in the last 6 days we'll potentially see two of the biggest finals comebacks in 50 years, which is what they would need to happen just about from here. Sydney by 40. A long kick out wide finds McLean. Short kick down the wing to Roberts. Swans have extended their lead at every break so far. They're about to do the same here as we close in on three-quarter time. And this is exactly what the home crowd would have wanted, just a drama-free night. A 40-point lead at three-quarter time. Short kicking game on that outer wing. In the end, it's Roberts. Long kick to a pack down at half forward. Parker almost took a one-hander. Spills down to Heaney. Loops a hand pass into the path of McInerney. Runs inside 50. Kicks to full forward. Lockie Jones a hand on it. Deflects it away towards Burgoyne. Back to Lockie Jones. Hand pass to Burton. He peels off the back flank and kicks up for Dixon, who's going to take the mark on the wing. 40 points. It's looking grim for Port Adelaide. And it's looking every bit as good for the Swans. The home team wide at three-quarter time. Sydney 13-7-85. Port Adelaide 6-9-45. A 40-point lead for the Swans as we turn for home. 20 minutes left in the first preliminary final between the Swans and the Power. All right, the goal kickers through three. We got three each for Tom Papley and for Joel Amati, two for Chad Warner and for Logan McDonald, and then singles for McLean, Heaney and Lloyd. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, individual goal kickers, six of them, one each: Rosie, Burton, Burgoyne, Rioli, Georgiades and Dixon. The thoughts of Adam Rabanauskas and Matty Primus coming up in 30 seconds. You're listening to Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Set the mood with ABC Jazz.
Is you is or is you ain't my baby? Or is my baby still my baby too?
Unwind with ABC Jazz. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
Knocked out of his grass. He tried to go on with it. Amati gets the free kick, gives it to Warner. Goes long. What a start for the second half for Sydney. Chad Warner, sheer delights. And so too for the Swans fans, packed into the SCG. Spills for the Swans. Roberts to a one-on-one inside forward 50. Amati was in best position. Turk Thatcher had his back to the footy as it came in, and Amati was able to keep himself in the right spot. The long kick inside forward 50. Joel Amati trots in. We're right behind the kick, and he steered it through. It's a red and white night as Joel Amati gets his third. out to another game-high 38 points now in favour of the Swans. Boak, I think gets told he needs to play on. A short run, and that's a terrible kick. Just turns it over down the throat of Florin. Boak's made two awful mistakes tonight. One led to a goal. Will this as Goulden kicks towards right half forward to McInerney. McInerney, 51 out, hard up against the boundary. He wants Papley, marks in the goal square. And I'm prepared to say that both of those Boak clangers will end up as Sydney goals. Tom Papley just strides in. He had the right arm in the air to celebrate to the crowd before the ball had even gone through the big sticks.
And pass away to Boak, short kick, picked off by Warner. Warner races away. Warner goals. Story of the night.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
They've had every answer, the Sydney Swans. They led by 9 at quarter time, 25 at the half, and now by 40 at three-quarter time as Ken Hinkley is about to address his team potentially for the last time in season 2024, while John Longmire, eyes on the prize, I'm sure. They're 1 quarter away from making it through to that last Saturday in September. The thoughts of Adam Ramadaskas and Matty Primus with the Swans up 40 at three-quarter time.
Well, unfortunately for Port Adelaide then, Sydney got the contested clearance going 10-5 stoppage, plus 10 in contested clearance possession. So then able to just deny Port Adelaide one of their strengths, and 18-9 inside 50s, and the scoreboard blew out. They didn't have to own the ball. They didn't have to go coast to coast. They were just super efficient from a contested situation. So Port Adelaide, they tried to hold on to the ball a little bit more, Rammer, but that bit them on the backside a little bit. They made some silly turnovers. Sydney pressed up really hard and got some forward half turnovers and scored at will. It was just a dominant third quarter from Sydney, but able to lift, make some adjustments, what they had to do with their clearance stuff, and got the game on their terms all over the whole field in every statistical area you could think of.
Well, 29 marks again for Sydney in that quarter, so really controlled the tempo of the game. I know a few of those were late in the quarter where they chipped it around their back half of the ground. But what was most impressive, I think, for Sydney in that third quarter, there was the overlap run. You know, McInerney started to get involved, which really would have pleased the coaches. He missed a lot of football. Chad Warner, 2 goals from his 6 possessions that game. Ollie Florent was involved. Goulden was involved. Dame Rampy, 3 intercept marks across the back half of the ground. So 10 scoring shots from their 18 inside 50s in that quarter is terrific going. Yep. Like the game could be 8 or 9 goals, easily. Really, the margin at the moment in Sydney's favour. So, but in saying that, there's still hope. There's still a tiny bit of hope for Port Adelaide. Can they roll the dice? And that's simply got to come from stoppage. Early in this quarter, they're finally starting Zach Butters on the ground to start this last quarter. He's starting in the middle of the ground with Warren Francis and Willem Drew. So, the first 3 quarters of this game, he started on the bench, but he's going to roll the dice here. Every opportunity, take the ball back through the centre of the ground, be as efficient as possible. Port Adelaide, particularly in the first 10 to 15 minutes of this quarter, see if they can get it back to 3 or 4 goals.
And see if you can kick it to advantage of your forwards too. Yeah. That will help.
That hasn't come easy to them tonight, Port Adelaide. There's 1 quarter left in the season for one of these two teams. And if you're a betting man, the Sydney Swans, it doesn't look like it's going to be them. They're 40 points in front as we turn for home. Chris Fagan's mantra throughout the final series and throughout the season overall is, if you're skating on thin ice, you may as well dance. Well, Ken Hinkley needs his team to dance on ice here. They got a quarter to try and save things. Little chat between Butters and Horn Francis. I'll have to throw caution to the wind here. The power coming from a long way back.
Even to start your captain on the bench when you're 40 points down in the last quarter, get him out there.
Leave it all out there. 40-point lead for the Swans. Brodie Grundy stares down Sweet. Final term underway. Grundy pumps it straight down to Warner. Hurried clearance for the Swans. Kicks to the hot spot. Hands on it from Aaliyah. He's going to get a free. And Aaliyah to take it almost at fullback when he goes back to take this kick. 20 metres out from his defensive goal. He kicks to the wing. Francis Evans, fresh on the ground, drops a mark he should have taken. Rampy knocks it out. Knocked on again by Drew to the advantage of Francis Evans, who has it against the boundary line. Eastern side kicks the power down to half forward, and Rioli marks. Right on the blue paint for the 50. Underneath the scoreboard. Ugly kick inside the attacking arc. Dixon gets it on the half volley. Bounces off one. Hand pass inside to Logan Evans, who kicks goalward and misses wildly out to the right. Dixon,
good movement, wasn't it?
Yeah. Dixon threw like a freight train. Just, I think it was Heaney bouncing off him. Behind here for the power. So 39 points is Sydney's lead early in the final term.
Wakey for the Swans. Long towards left half back. Umpire spotted a free kick. It's going the way of Sydney here.
Geez, they do that well. Isolated Heaney from kick-ins. They've done it a few times tonight.
Heaney's got it anyway. Plays on to Milliken. Now to Goulden through the middle. Spots up Papley. Strong in front of Sim. There's been plenty of that out there tonight from Port Adelaide. Here's Papley standing on the attacking edge of the centre circles. Brings it out to McCartan. Just on the inside of the logo. He'll go back into the middle of the ground. Swan's happy to pad some stats at the moment to Rampy as they go back towards the eastern wing. To Milliken, who's forward to Heaney. Up and marking. 55 from goal. Puts it out. Oh, that's a lovely kick. Just for the advantage of Logan McDonald. In fact, if it hadn't gone to Logan, there were other opportunities for Sydney behind him too as he led out and he takes the mark. 40 from goal. He'll start in line with the right hand behind post.
In that contest with Bergman in the third quarter where Logan McDonald went down the race after that incident, just I think a bit of a rolled ankle. So you can see he's a little bit proppy when he gets up from this mark. So I just wonder, they blow this lead out, he may be the one to be subbed out.
He's got two. Boots cross the 50, looking for his third. It's starting out left. It misses left, and he is sore.
Yeah, he's pointing to the bench. So,
well, after being dropped in their most recent grand final, you'd hate to think he might miss out because of an ankle injury. Just one more point added to the total. Sydney back to a 40-point lead.
Yeah, 19 of Sydney's 23 have played in the grand final previously, so he's one of only 4 that haven't been there. So hopefully Logan McDonald, that's not as serious as maybe at first appears. The kick from Port Adelaide on the wing from Sim goes out wide and finds Georgiades, who marks in front of the members. He rolls and kicks inside the forward arc for Port Adelaide. Oh, getting across. Hands to it. No mark there from Francis Evans. Drops another one overhead. Butters can't trap it in the forward pocket. Comes the way of Lloyd. He's tackled, taken to ground, and a ball up forward pocket for Port Adelaide. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Logan McDonald's come off and he's just gone straight to the back of the bench. He's put the sub jersey on, so Robbie Fox will be on for the Swans within a minute or two.
Something we could be talking about for the next week. Comes down towards Horn Francis. Hand pass away to Butters. Off balance. Kicks back into the forward pocket. Punched away in the end by Blakey out of bounds. We'll have a throw in left forward pocket for Port Adelaide. So Swans by 40. Just repeating that news. Logan McDonald, left ankle concern, subbed out of the game. Robbie Fox comes into the action here 4 minutes into the final term.
It's going into an esky of ice.
Yeah, it's heavily strapped up too. Not messing around at the back of the bench. From the restart, the Swans through Heaney are able to clear the defensive 50. Awkward bounce for Amati. Tap back to him by McLean. Amati puts it up in the air towards right half forward. Ali will take front position for Port. He's able to gather against Parker. Did well for the power. Sir Thatcher by hand. Sweeping hand pass inboard to Burgoyne. Kicks Port back inside forward 50. Up to mark. Horn Francis. Rowbottom stuck out the arm. Brought him to ground, but the mark had already been completed, and Horn Francis will kick from 45 out, 45-degree angle to the left.
Well, it's probably one of the only occasions this game where Port Adelaide have gone into what looked like a one-on-one contest in their forward 50.
Horn Francis without a goal tonight. Make the margin a bit more respectable. Starts out right, it swings right. That's a terrible kick. They might get another result here. Port, big pack of players underneath. Goulden tried to get a kick away, spilled out the back. Fox, a clearing kick. First touch. The footy goes towards centre half back. No one can take a mark. McLean eventually picks it up. He's tackled again by Drew, and that'll be holding the ball.
So So free kick for Willem Drew. I don't think anyone was anticipating that was going to be paid there. Certainly not Big Hayden McLean, who turned and looked at the umpire and asked a question. It's a 40-point lead, by the way, for the Swans here. So short kick from Drew finds Wines a little closer to goal. Still at centre-half forward. And kick from just inside 50.
So Luke Parker's stat line at the moment in this game, 2 kicks, 2 handballs, 4 possessions. It's probably been the most effective four possession game in a final that I've seen in a long time with the job that he's done on Aliir.
Wines with hope fading for Port Adelaide. His drop punt sails goalward. It's off target. Misses out to the right. So it's 39 points, the lead for the Sydney Swans. 6 minutes into the final term. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Just repeating, Logan McDonald, left ankle concern. He's about to put it into a big esky of ice. He's been subbed out of the game in the final term here with the Swans. We're just about there, aren't we? 1 foot through to next week's decider.
Speaking of 1 foot.
Yes.
Logan's got one. So to Sydney. Sydney's the more important one into the grand final. There's a free kick at right half back. It's come away with Grundy.
When does the coach's box change? You would have coached a qualifying final for a grand final in the not too distant past, Matty Primus, for the Southport Sharks. When's it okay to start thinking about next week with your John Longmire?
Knowing the way the horse operates, the way you see him in the TV, I reckon the last 30 seconds he'll be thinking about it, but they would be aware of who's sore and who's not, and that's why McDonald would have come off, and they've got the game. They're playing a little bit slower too, and they're owning the game and just taking no risk.
Just exquisite football again as they work their way down the broadcast wing here. The Swans, it's ended up with Parker at right half forward, and he can put it out inside forward 50. Drew had to stand there. Heaney came to the football. Umpire spotted a free kick.
Yep.
It's going the way of Heaney.
It's certainly there.
It was, yeah. Just the difference again. I know we've mentioned it all night, but just that kick, they knew what they wanted to do, an advantage kick, a dangerous spot. Even though it was a slow build-up, they were still able to get a one-on-one better look at it than compared to what Port Adelaide have done all night.
Burton in from the side, who stopped Heaney getting any real run at the football as Drew stood there, just pushed him out of the way illegally.
Yep.
So Isaac Heaney twirling the yellow football around in his right hand. He's got one tonight in game 200. Night to remember. Isaac Heaney. It's a slow, deliberate approach to put it beyond doubt for the Swans. Heaney's kick. The crowd will tell you he's got his second, and it makes sure that Isaac Heaney is going into what will be his third grand final. Sydney's lead is 45 points. It comes at the 8-minute mark of the final term. That this has been a lifeless performance from Port Adelaide throughout much of proceedings.
And it's taken to the last quarter for Radically to go back, and that's when they've gone the one tall forward, when the game was gone, and we're probably asking for it at half time at the latest. But it's gone away, and then they need to make sure they play this quarter right out, Port Adelaide, because they don't want to finish like the result was in that Geelong game in the first one.
They can't afford to do that for their coach. If they're fair dinkum about the love they say they have for Kent Hinkley, they cannot afford just to lie down and stare at the sky, Port Adelaide. They have to show some fight, because the calls will come again. Despite the efforts, despite his success, they will come again if they're belted tonight.
It'll be a fourth preliminary final defeat for Port Adelaide as Sweet grabs it out of the ruck. Hurried kick forward, punched away by Roberts. Out down on his knees, Logan Evans for Port wins it back. Hand pass to Drew. Oh, there's a free kick coming back. It's going to Logan Evans. Clarkson in WA loving the call. We've got a sweep going here. Crowded attendance, please. We haven't had an official one come through yet, but we are due shortly. Keep you updated with that. And Shane in Coffs Harbour says, are the Sack Hinkley flags coming out yet? 0437 774 774. He shares it with Drew. Drew kicks to full forward, and Logan McLean gets back to take the intercept mark. And now 50. That's a bit rude. So the power is McLean will be run all the way to centre half back, and it's an easy exit out of the defensive half now for the Sydney Swans. McLean stops and goes wide to McCartan. Takes the mark on the half-back flank. 10 minutes into the final term, Sydney by 45 points. Port have not kicked back-to-back goals all night. We're 10 minutes into the final term.
You'd like playing off half-back tonight, Rambo, wouldn't you? This last 20 minutes, you'd go from 20 possessions to 45 by the end of the game.
Short to Rampy back to McCartan, and now McCartan, a long contest kick up to the wing.
Back underneath it, McLean got a fist on it. Oh, Heaney's magnificent. Shook one tackle, shook a second. Kick smothered by Burton. All the skills, and then Burton was good enough to put in the defensive effort that time. He'll head to the bench. The ball is over for a boundary throw-in. Right half forward for Sydney. The lead is 45. Sims back on. Milliken 2. Sydney chant rings around the SCG. McLean takes possession from the restart to Jordan. Jordan from 50 from goal, kicks towards the hot spot. Aliir, front position, takes the mark. It's done well. Not sure where to go though. He's on a little bit of a run. And he'll stab it short and find Drew. Still inside his defensive 50 for Port.
He marks, gives a little hand pass away to Connor Rosie from centre half back. Kicks to a one-on-one. Georgiades and McCartan. Ball's allowed to bounce. Help coming for the Swans. Malikan, Big Shepherd. They left the footy behind. Boak went and got it. And the veteran hooks through a goal. What a champion he's been, Travis Boak. A grand final in his first season in 2007, and all these years on, Travis Boak, now in his 371st game, hasn't been able to get back there. The margin back to 39 points Sydney's way. A dozen minutes into the final term. Port Adelaide 7-11-53. Sydney 14-8-92. And for Travis Boak, will we see him again? Rammer, the 36-year-old in season 2025.
Well, maybe. Look, I know he's made a couple of blues tonight, but he's Port Adelaide's leading possession winner. He's had 22 possessions. Yep. He's tried his guts out. You can't deny him that. Like to be still running like that this late in the game, this late in the season, just shows how well he prepares and looks after himself. He's certainly a true champion of Port Adelaide and the AFL.
He was out of contract at the end of the season.
You would have coached him, Matty?
Yeah, it certainly did. As you say, his first year, him and Robbie Gray both went into a grand final against Geelong.
Sydney with a clearance out of the middle. Goulden kicks inside forward 50, Amati. And there was a choice of three in a line, and it was just where would the ball drop, and it ended up with Amati in the best position. Swans players from everywhere go to give Goulden a little pat on the head for that. Just top shelf delivery.
And this is for goal number 4 for Amati in a prelim final, so certainly doing his job tonight.
43 goals now for the season. Amati's right in front. He kicks from 40 outs, and he didn't really kick through that at all. More tried to caress it towards the goals, and he's missed to the left-hand side. A minor score. Sydney's lead is 40 points. What have we gone? Nearly 14 minutes into the final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and News Radio.
Oh, Aliir kicks wide towards to Sin, pokes the kick out to half-back, eventually finds its way to Horne-Francis, gets it out wide to Burgoyne, hand pass back to Sin. That's an ugly kick down the wing. Horne-Francis still chasing out after it, paddles it out of bounds in front of the Port bench. 40 points. The Swans lead, a goal each in this final term, which is 13 minutes old. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Weldon, Declan Byrne on the boundary. Now, ABC Sport experts Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Primus. Swans by 40. Trying to make it through to their second grand final in 3 seasons. And the boundary throw-in comes Port's way. Horne-Francis to Butters. Look away, hand pass. Got it to Jones. Handball to Rosie. The skipper on the run from 50. He's a special player. Connor Rosie, when he does things like that. A second for him tonight, both on the run. And Port Adelaide pull it back to 34 points. Still with a lot to do. 14 gone final term. Port moved to 8-11-59. Sydney 14-9-93. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's been the one area where they've won tonight. So clearance is 32, Port Adelaide 24, Sydney. And you look at the work there, just all the midfielders there. They're blocking. You know, they were trying to get their teammate free, and eventually were able to get Connor Rosie out. But it was terrific work by first Horne-Francis, then Butters with the handball, then Lockie Jones with the final handball to Rosie for a terrific goal. And that's his second goal of the night.
And at last, back-to-back goals for Port Adelaide. Only took until the 15-minute mark of the final term, but can they make it 3 in a row? Horn Francis, hand pass stolen though by Grundy. Swans into attack again. Warner sweeps the hand pass forward. McInerney back to Rowbottom, pops it inside attacking 50. Lovely gather came from Amati. On in turn, out to Fox, into the right forward pocket. Campbell's tackled the ground. Pull up the call from the umpire. Right against the boundary, 45 out. Sydney's attacking goal. And into the Randwick end in this final term. Grundy pumped it down over his shoulder. Amati went to ground, got it back to Grundy. Hand pass into space. Alir goes back, missed it. Heaney didn't. Got a hand pass back to Amati. Will throw it on the boot. Will miss the lots. Trying to curl it around from the right forward pocket. It went dead straight despite spinning. It's out on the full free kick to Port Adelaide at left full back.
Oh, Sin, dangerous. Trying to link up with Burton. Had his arms chopped. Free kick for Burton. Take it at full back. Past the halfway mark in this final term. Sydney by 34. Burton, long to the wing. They need a one-on-one win. Sydney get one and McCartan takes a juggled mark. Crashes into Horn Francis on his way back down to earth. They needed Dixon or Georgiades mark there on the wing, the power. Instead it's Sydney going back inside 50. Amati reaches up and takes the mark at right half forward. He'll kick slightly worse than a 45-degree angle from 45 out.
Yeah, well, there was a question mark certainly over Sydney's forwards coming into this game. Amati, Logan McDonald, McLean. But tonight they've all had their moments. Amati's probably been the pick of the bunch out of the three.
5G in the ground's gone a little dodgy. Everybody on Flight Centre trying to make sure they've got their travel plans organised as Joel Amati kicks across the goal face and misses to the far side. To behind. Sydney by 35 points. 17 gone, final turn. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Swans have put up the sign they've used a fair bit this year, the 31, which generally we've worked out means Brett Kirk. They're trying to lock this game down.
Port go up the middle. I like that. Burgoyne has it. Centre half back. He'll pop it towards the commentary wing. Burn Jones marks. Plays on by hand to Sin. Roaming by. Kicks inside forward 50. 2-on-2 battle. No mark taken. Dixon palmed it down. It came to Boat. Got it back to Georgiades. He'll kick towards goal. Didn't have to carry. Cunningham said, I will not give this up. He went back and took the mark in front of the goal line for Sydney. No change to that scoreline. As Cunningham puts it back towards right half back. Amati got nudged under the football and the umpire says that'll be a free kick. Finals footy on ABC Sport. It's still Sydney by 35 points, 18 gone in the last.
Cunningham's had the roll on Willie Rioli. Rioli's only had the 7 possessions.
Done a great job.
And a goal.
Yeah.
Amati kicks down the wing. In the end, Burton blocked the run of Warner. There's a free kick going Chad Warner's way.
They did the job on Brent Daniels in the first final and now Willie Rioli.
Yeah, it's two pretty good sculls, isn't it?
7 minutes to go. Short kick to Goulden. And their young superstar. And the bright blue boots, which is a heavy contrast between the red and white socks. He's got a dart of a kick on him as he puts it inside the forward 50. No mark there from Parker. And in the end, Radicalea just spins out of bounds with possession. Says deliberate. Insufficient intent to keep it alive from Radicalea. Oh, it took a little while for the call to come. And in the end, Radicalea penalised in a free kick for the Swans out wide at right half forward.
And it's probably a fair call.
What the rule is insufficient intent, so...
It's coming back. Hayden McLean's going to take the kick.
Oh, not the wrong player with the footy, so Parker trying to take it. He's made some room in front of the advertising hoardings, but big Hayden McLean, as Ramos said, will get it. Coming up with the 20th minute, so we're about to tick into time on final term. Swans by 55. Of course, the winner of this, at the moment it's looking like that team will be the home side. We'll play the winner of tomorrow's preliminary final. You can hear the play-by-play descriptions right here on ABC Sport. Geelong and Brisbane. Coverage from 3:30 Eastern. Here's Hayden McLean, tight angle, right foot drop, punt. In the end, he'd be lucky to score, just sneaks it in for a behind. Sydney by 6 goals, 14-11 to 8-11. The only concern, Logan McDonald, with his left ankle in a esky of ice, tapped out in the final turn. So he'll be a watch during the week.
It wouldn't be grand final week without a race against time to see if someone gets fit. Hopefully Logan McDonald is, after being dropped for the last time the Swans were there. Wines gave it to Narkle. A kick high up into the middle of the ground. Milliken brought it to ground. Double past Rampy. It's still there to be won. Players are on top of this. Rampy decides to affect the tackle. Ball up. Declan Byrne is downstairs.
There's also Mills' left hamstring that'll be inspected all week.
Of course. It'll be 18 days from the point of injury by the time we reach next Saturday.
Tackles one down here by Grundy. Wine's got the kick away, but there's a free kick going the way of Sydney out of all that. It'll come back to Rowbottom. That is a risk, isn't it? Normally the 21 days. Still, I've seen it enough times, and Sydney should be very aware of this with Sam Reid the last time they were in a grand final. You take blokes into a grand final if they're not 100% ready, you can find yourself in genuine strife. They made a complete botch of that.
Those pictures were amazing, weren't they, where he was subbed out of the game ultimately, and you could see John Longmire lip read him clearly where he said, "You told me you were right."
Correct.
Sam Reid.
Yep. Never trust the player. They'll always say they can play it. I understand that. I would too. As Milliken kicks towards right half forward, it's off hands and over for a boundary throw-in. There's also, of course, the wait to see whether Rampy might be in any trouble for that bump on Butters. That collision.
Mixed reaction at best for Ken Hinkley, who's shown on the big screen here. He's got a year to run. Also, his deal expires at the end of 2025 at Port Adelaide. It's fascinating to see what happens with Ken now going forward. I mean, it's hard to think Port are going to re-sign him. So does that mean he's going to be one of a number of coaches into next year, coaching on the last year of his deal?
Yeah, and I think that's what will happen.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do, isn't it?
Luke Beveridge, Justin Longmuir, there's a few across the competition as Georgiades kicks down towards half forward. Ball hits the deck, socked away by the Swans up to the wing, and Grundy jumps forward, takes the mark. Oh, no, he doesn't. Got it out. There's a free kick here. It's coming back. It's going Sydney's way.
Or do a West Coast come knocking?
Well, why wouldn't you? You know, on the bottom of the ladder, you can't go any worse than you have, and you get somebody with
four
experience.
prelim finals in 12 years.
Yeah, come and develop this group, and we'll give you 18 months before you
blokes
any
were listening to us a month ago.
It's hard to think that, knowing the way Ken is and how dogmatic he is, to think that he would walk out on this group. If he's got 1 year, I'm sure he would believe that he could win it, as much as the rest of us think, mate, take the tenure, take the long-term deal to go somewhere else. I can't see him walking away. As the ball finds Warner here, he goes long inside the forward 50 for the Swans, comes down Port Adelaide's way. There's going to be a free kick, and in the marking contest, the Thatcher was impeded, so he'll take the free, swing it across the goal face to Bergman, back pocket for Port.
Never thought Ken Judge would leave Hawthorn either.
Yes.
As we remember how that played out.
He had a year to go, didn't he?
He did. Got a 4-year offer, went across to the West. Here's Port Adelaide. Oh, Butters took too long to get rid of it. Was run down by Campbell. He gets the free kick for the Swans. They haven't stopped Sydney. Pops it to Roberts. Meter in for the boundary. 51 out from goal. He'll centre the kick towards the teeth of goal. Ali just waits. I thought McLean might have been infringed then by Ratugolea. Umpires thought differently. Ali moves it on to Sin. Now comes to Rosie. And then to Burgoyne towards left half forward. Grundy was more interested in Sweet than anything else, and Sweet will quite rightly in this case get the free kick, and he's got it at left half forward.
I do like my rucks, but he's been good tonight, Sweet. He's had the better of Grundy, and he's had a really good final series individually.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Kicks towards full forward here, and leaping up, Blakey takes the intercept mark for the Swans. Cramping on the way down. 3 minutes and change on the game clock. Sydney by 36 points. It's all bonus time from here as Heaney takes a seat. Goulden back into the game. Long kick down the line, and Ratugolea whacks it away from McLean.
Yeah, Heaney's been playing forward the last 5 minutes. I reckon he said, rightio, that'll do you.
Have a listen to this crowd.
It's the sound of a supporter base knowing they're on their way to a grand final. Grundy palms it down straight to Jordan. He's going back for another one to try and win a second premiership. Throws it back to the umpire after the stoppage. One down by Sweet once more. Here's Parker, kicked into the shins of a Port opponent. Ricocheted out towards Horn Francis. Can't get away from Haywood. Great tackling from the Swans. They're leading by 36 points, and they're not giving away an inch. Haywood with the free kick moves it short to Florence. Florence glances left, glances right, glances left again. We'll send it back into the left back pocket to Lloyd, who can mark. Lloyd, who's been to 3 grand finals before, yet to taste premiership success though for Sydney. Goes to Fox. Into the team this week, Fox with the injury to Mills, and he's back again to Lloyd, who's happy just to work it around as they run seconds off the clock. Now to Florent, who marks. 14-11 plays 8-11. Sydney by 36 points. Being told to move it on here, the Swans. Florent kicks in the direction of Goulden. Both got in front, won it down. Blakey, though, was able to mop it up for the Swans. Back to Goulden. Clever kick around the body to Roberts.
So Roberts with the footy, defensive side of the wing. What a team this is. The club they've been since 2020. Final series they've been part of, the Sydney Swans. They've now played in 44 finals. They would have won 23 of them. There'll be a 7th grand final during that particular stretch. It's just been the pin-up program in the competition. Along with Geelong, we'll have a chance to try and add their name to the grand final billing tomorrow as the Swans swing it from one side of the ground to the other, and McInerney marks on the wing.
Brings it back again. Cunningham actually had a little issue perhaps with the groin after that kick, but it's now okay to McInerney. The cheer is for Isaac Heaney, whose picture appeared on the big screen. They're raucous now, the Swans fans. They just rack up the possessions. It's there with Cunningham again, who's definitely not right. We'll keep an eye on that, just looking to stretch out the groin. Back inside defensive 50. It'll be party time in Sydney tonight. The town is red and white, with Lloyd beyond defensive 50 to Alir on the wing, who can't mark. It spills the ground. There'll be a ball up.
The 4 players on the interchange all standing up and embracing with one another, clapping the crowd as this last stoppage attended to on the wing. Parker takes it, he's tackled, taken the ground. And for Port Adelaide, it's going to be a finals flame out for them. 4th time in 12 seasons under Ken Hinkley. They've got this far but no further. Taking the last few seconds off the clock. Well, the ball up on the wing. Swans by 6 goals. Hand pass from Fox to Burgoyne to Sweet. Close to the boundary line. He keeps it alive to Butters, who drifts a hand pass to Horn Francis. And the number 1 team all year is the first team through to the grand final. The Sydney Swans are back on footy's biggest stage. A 7th grand final in 20 seasons for this signature program. A 5th grand final for coach John Longmire. He won it in 2012 in his first visit. Since then it hasn't gone too crash on. A loss in 14, a loss in 16, a loss in 2022. And after 3 straight grand final defeats, redemption for Sydney. Can they go one better next week and add another premiership into that famous trophy cabinet that has seen so much pain through many decades? Can they capitalise on this era of dominance? The number 1 team in footy make it through to the game that matters most. The Sydney Swans will be there in the 2024 AFL Grand Final next Saturday, 14-11-95. They beat Port Adelaide by 6 goals, 8-11-59. And for the Power, it ends again on preliminary final night. The initial thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Primus.
Well, Rama just a class above, weren't they? Port Adelaide maybe didn't bring the energy they brought against Hawthorn last week, and Sydney were red hot from the start. They had a plan, as you mentioned, Rama. They had their set plans, who wanted to play on who, and they executed perfectly all night.
Look, it just felt like Sydney got the game on their terms quicker in that first quarter. Port Adelaide started well. They had a couple of minutes where they started well. Kicked the goal in the first minute of the game. But then the next three belonged to Sydney, where they were able then to, as Matty said, those matchups that they wanted to go after, Port Adelaide were accepting of those matchups. The only real matchup that Port Adelaide went after was Willem Drew and Isaac Heaney. I just thought all the other matchups that Sydney wanted, James Jordan goes to Zach Butters and is able to do the job. Cunningham goes to Rioli, he's able to do the job. And once then Sydney started to own tempo and own territory in this game, their kicking skills took over. And once their kicking skills took over in this game, Port Adelaide were caught behind, they were caught flat-footed, and they were caught slow. And that is real credit to Sydney, because they were prepared to move the ball rather than overlap handball, which we're so used to seeing. They were prepared to move the ball by foot and trust their skills. They went at 80% in that second quarter by foot, which is unheard of in modern football because of the way the game is and how much pressure the opposition can apply. 54 inside 50s for 25 scoring shots for Sydney tonight, so really efficient, whereas 49 inside 50s for Port Adelaide, only the 19 scoring shots, 8 goals, 11. Port Adelaide were too top heavy all night. Now, I know I harped on it a lot, but there was simply no pressure when that ball hit the ground. Gordon was good tonight. Heaney was good. They got 24 possessions and 2 goals out of Heaney. Warner had his moments, 21 possessions and 2 goals. I mentioned Cunningham and his job that he was able to do on Willie Rioli. Willie Rioli only had the 7 possessions for the game. One of the standout performances for me was Luke Parker. Like, Aaliyah was looking really dangerous in that first quarter. The way he was intercepting, Luke Parker went to him at the end of that first quarter. Parker only had 8 possessions. Aaliyah's ended up with 15 possessions in the end, whereas Aaliyah looked like he was just doing what he wanted throughout the game. A real pleasing sign for Sydney is McInerney found some form. He had a long layoff. He had 19 possessions tonight, but it was more his link play. He was able to get involved in chains of play from half-back going inside forward 50. Their forward line worked. Amadi was a really good player tonight for the Swans. Could have kicked 4 or 5, no doubt. Logan McDonald had his moments. He's got an ankle injury now to contend with for a grand final week. And I thought McLean was really good when he came up into the ruck and was able to take a few marks around the ground. So, look, certainly not Sydney's best performance of the season, no. But I think when it mattered, particularly in that second quarter, 5 goals to 2, they were able to split the game open, and then 4 goals to 2 in that third quarter. So that middle 2 quarters is where Sydney really took care of business and were able to book their spot in another grand final. Just a magnificent football club, really well run, really well coached. You can see how much the players enjoy playing with each other, and that's why you get success as a football club.
I reckon they'd be really happy with their fourth-quarter performance. They haven't had one of them for a while, have they? It's been come home in the last quarter or build up for one. But they really controlled the game. Apart from the first 15, they were in total control of the game, and that'd be a thing John Long might be really happy about.
It's an amazing program. So 7 grand finals in 20 seasons.
7, yeah.
Imagine following a footy team where they played in a grand final in better than 1 in every 3 years.
Imagine you talk to the Saints supporters, or
Essendon supporter, sure.
Fremantle supporter.
It's
amazing, isn't it?
It's phenomenal.
Yep.
It's a phenomenal run, and we're seeing another great program tomorrow in Geelong. And I know this final series features 4 teams, particularly the pointy end, that have all played a lot of finals recently, but it's an amazing program. The crowd that they draw in, part of the world that was seen very much as, footy in these parts was a bit of an oddity, and
absolutely,
all of a sudden they've made it their own. In the eastern suburbs in particular is red and white everywhere. Walk down the street, and people are wearing hats and polos and scarves, and they've got a really good footy team to follow.
In the paper all week will be Sydney Swans.
Yeah.
It'll be all about Sydney Swans, which is terrific for the code.
One part where Port Adelaide and Ken Hinkley were really disappointed. They allowed 131 marks in a final.
Yep. The pressure was way off.
Like finals are chaos. They're not controlled. No. And 131 marks in a final, in a prelim final. They just weren't prepared to go that extra mile, that extra yard tonight, Port Adelaide, and apply that constant pressure. Last week would have taken a lot out of Port Adelaide, no doubt.
Yeah,
but
that's finals.
That's right. Correct.
And that's what you get if you don't do the job in the first round. When you have your week off, and then you can go again. But they had to replicate and get it up for Hawthorn. They didn't bring it tonight against the best team in the comp.
And that was the blueprint. They would have known it. It was so well documented. The last 4 meetings they've had, they've kept the Swans to 42, 58, 64 and 63 uncontested marks.
Yep.
And yet tonight it's that they just allowed the Swans to possess the footy and move it how they wanted to. The Swans extended staff are all out on the ground here at the front of the huddle. So a lot of the players that are there in their slacks and their polos as well, and the coaching staff just celebrating with the team before they make their way down the stairs. And the Paul Kelly race and into the rooms to sing the song. Declan Byrne will be down there to bring us all the reaction. So the Swans winners by 36 points. They're the first team through to the 2024 AFL Grand Final. Look, the 3 interesting points to come out of it. It feels like storylines that interest us now that we'll be sick of by the time we get to next Saturday. But Callum Mills is clearly one.
Yep.
Logan McDonald, who was subbed out with a left ankle concern, and Dane Rampy, who is now being hoisted onto the shoulders of 2 of his teammates in Will Hayward and Tom McCartan, who carry him off the ground after his 250th game, and for Isaac Heaney as his team makes their way off the ground in a preliminary final. He too on the shoulders of a couple of his teammates in Robbie Fox and Luke Parker after playing his 200th game. So milestones for both Heaney and Rampy, not forgotten in such a big moment for the team.
No, and you always got to celebrate them. Celebrate milestones. They're obviously a lot sweeter when you win those milestone games, and you listen to the crowd now. They're just making their way down the race there, and they certainly turned up tonight. The Sydney supporters. It was an absolute sea of red and white out there, and it was loud early. It was certainly loud early, and the tension came out of the game as that margin grew, so they did a terrific job.
5th grand final under Coach Longmire. They're there, the Swans, for the 2nd time in 3 years. I don't want to miss this reaction. Declan Byrne is in the Swans' rooms as they come your way, Declan. The Swans are into the grand final.
Oh, yeah, the crowd is just waiting. They can almost see them turn this corner. Big pack of family, friends, support staff as they enter the room. You will hear the roar. In this trademark tiny room down here in the SCG, I can almost touch the roof. The energy is brimming. Big smiles. There's tears from the families and the friends. Warner's gone over for some hugs before they sing the song. As they make their way in, this will be a good rendition. Hugs all around here. The players look like they can't believe it. The widest smiles you'll see. There's a special feeling in the room. And it's all great as well to see all the support staff and just how excited they get. All those people behind the scenes that make this possible for those 23 out there that get to perform. The full VFL team are here. Taylor Adams has just walked past as they embrace, and we'll look to get a player in a minute. I'll throw it back up to you guys while I find a Swan for us.
Great job, Declan. We'll come back to you as soon as you've got some reaction from downstairs. So the Sydney Swans by 36 points. They beat Port Adelaide and they're the first team through to the 2024 Grand Final. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Wilton up in the box alongside Adam Ramanauskas and Matty Primus. We might just pick up on a couple of these threads and the way that the Swans are able to do it tonight. So they got their game up and going early. We didn't see many adjustments, it must be said, Matty, from Port Adelaide. And in the end, the Swans were able to really, there's no such thing as a no-sweat win in September, but it felt like the closest thing to it in punching their ticket to Grand Final day.
Yeah, it felt like they were able to control Port Adelaide's inability to score, and that was a bit of the way Port Adelaide played, but of the way the Sydney set up their defence, and then Port Adelaide really didn't have any answers when Sydney had ball in hand, and that's something that they would have been really excited about. And if you remember Sydney's first 6 or 7 weeks, they were so efficient ball in hand and fast, and then teams started to work them out. But Port Adelaide weren't able to do that tonight, and so a lot of soul searching for them, and a big month of, or maybe a couple of weeks to see what the club does there. But let's hear and celebrate Sydney and an amazing club.
Sounds like a good idea. Let's go back into the winners' rooms. The Swans by 6 goals. Declan Byrne.
Standing next to me, Dane Rampy, your 250th. You chaired off the SCG in a prelim final. Life's pretty good, hey?
Life's great at the moment, mate. It's pretty special. To do it at home in a prelim week and share it with one of our other great Swans greats in Isaac Heaney is, mate, I can't put it into words. It's pretty special. So grateful to the club, and yeah, feel like we're back where we want to be, and looking forward to next week.
What was the feeling like in that fourth quarter when you would have known that the grand final awaits you and all this hard work has paid off and you've made it to that last week in September?
Yeah, mate, a little bit overwhelming, to be honest. We did the work earlier on in the year, and it just felt like kind of waiting to get there. It felt that way, and that had its challenges in itself. And towards the back end of the fourth quarter, I just wanted to get off the field. I wasn't going to fucking bother being out there. But a bit overwhelmed, mate, and looking forward to it.
Prelims are big enough. It was your 250th as well, so you had messages. We saw videos of so many people sending their love for you. Did you feel the love this week, and did it add a bit of extra pressure come tonight?
I don't think it added any pressure. It depends the way you look at it. I felt like it was a whole lot of energy in for me, receiving messages and phone calls from past players, people that helped me along my journey, and it actually really buoyed me. And I've got Hannah's in front of me now. How are you, mate? It was overwhelming, but as I said, super grateful, and just wanted to go out and put a show on for not only my friends and family, but for the Swan supporters that have been here, rocking up in droves each week to make 24 pretty special thus far.
Your story is pretty well known, but how long ago does a few seasons at Williamstown feel?
A long time ago, mate. A long time ago. It was only I can't remember, to be honest, but super grateful for them and the role they played in helping me get here, and had a few messages from people at the club during the week, but a bit overwhelmed, mate. Bit overwhelmed.
Let's head upstairs. Matt Primus and Adam Ramanauskas, our experts.
Dane, firstly, congratulations on another grand final. Luke Parker had 8 possessions tonight, but the role he played on Aaliyah started really hot in that game. I just thought it was a magnificent move by the coaching staff. Where was that set up at the start of the game, or was that an in-game move?
To be honest, mate, I didn't know what was happening down the forward end of the field. Let them worry about that. But it definitely got spoken about quarter time. Obviously, Aaliyah did start hot. But credit to Luke. Like, what a champion player. He's come in and had a tough year, if we're being honest. And I think that just speaks volumes of the man playing a selfless role and, just as impactful on the game as per usual. And that's what we've built our season on, playing your role. I know that's a bit of a cliche, but when you've got our experienced veterans, 280 game-old players to, sacrificing their roles and doing a job like that, it's a pretty special place to be.
And you talk about playing their roles. Another guy that you must have been really pleased with tonight, who had a long layoff, was Justin McInerney. Just thought his run and carry tonight was back to that pre-injury, and really important for him going into next week.
Absolutely. He's big on energy for us, and we walk taller and feel the energy he brings is infectious. And what you see with Juzzy is kind of the way he is on the off the ground, what you see on the ground, and he's a beacon of energy for us, and we love him when he's running and dashing and doing what he does best with his feet.
Dane, Matt Primus up here. Well done, as everyone said. I thought you were back 6 or 7. I know it's always a team effort, but you're back 6 or 7 tonight in the first half. You're under the pump a lot with a lot of repeat inside 50s, but geez, you guys defended well in the air, and then when the ball hit the ground, you moved it out of there so easy.
Yeah, we were really proud of the way we, particularly that first half, like you said, we wanted to be back to our best. We feel like towards the back end of the season we've been a little bit up and down, but I thought that performance, particularly in the first half, was exactly what we wanted to be. We've got complete confidence in the boys, the versatility of our group. Not only defending, but then once it hits the deck and running back the other way, it's a pretty special group.
Dane Rampy with us on ABC Sport. Dane, just a couple more. Corbin Middlemass here upstairs. Congratulations on the win. This will be your 4th grand final. Obviously, the other 3 didn't go the way that you wanted them to. What did you learn from that experience from the last 3 times that you've been there?
Good question. Learned a whole lot. Mainly that it's about getting back there. Really, it's not so much. I've learned a lot about why I play. Through all those failures, and while I have lost a couple, it's not something that kind of hangs over my head too much. If I'm being completely honest, it's a fresh start. This one, it's a new group, and I'm just really grateful to be back there. Sometimes you can just be proud of dusting yourself off and putting yourself out there, and that's what we've done, and that's what we're most proud of.
Dane, Clint Wilden, the pressure again around the ball in the contest, immense from the Swans, but it did mean there was that bump you had on Butters early on in the game. Any nerves? Have you seen a replay of it? Are you concerned about what might happen? He did get up straight away, but it was a big hit.
No, it wasn't a big hit, mate. I'd be sure I spoke to Zach on the way out. He was surprised he actually got a free kick, so genuinely not worried about that. I think he threw his head back a little bit. He had a little bit of a chuckle with me, and I don't think that's going to be a big problem.
That is very good news. Good news that he had to say that as well. Just one last one. What is it about this team? Corbin mentioned before you've been there a couple of times. Why can this group, do you think, go all the way?
Oh, great question. I think we've got a belief and just an experience together. We've built on 22, and while we've got some different faces in there, it is the same core group. We played another 50 to 100 games together, and you got to go down and take it. Whoever we play out of Geelong or Brisbane, they're going to be wound up, and we just got to be prepared. And we're quietly confident, but obviously aware of the job still ahead.
Let me be the first of many to ask you on the way out. Dane, Callum Mills, is he going to be right on Saturday?
I hope so, mate. I really do hope so. We're going to give him every chance to get himself right, and if there's one bloke that you could bring in off a non-ideal prep, it'd be our skipper, Callum Mills. He's built different, and we'll give him every chance.
Dane, I hope it's the week you want it to be. Appreciate so much of your time after such a big night for you and the footy club. Go well this week.
Thanks, gents. Cheers.
Dane Rampy downstairs with Declan Byrne. So the Swans winners by 36 points over Port Adelaide. They are the first team through to the 2024 AFL Grand Final. Do you guys see that the same way, the Rampy and Butters collision?
I didn't think there was too much in it.
No, I thought it was a pretty simple one.
Yeah. Maybe it slid up slightly, but like he said, Zach does throw his head back a little bit, so
the best thing for
get
him,
on with it.
We've seen all year is it's the outcome. And the outcome was Butters got up and he's fine, and so I don't think there's going to be a problem.
No.
And
it's free kick at best.
Yeah. And if there's a 50-50 call in grand final week, we know more often than not it's landing the way of the player. Callum,
just quickly there.
Yep.
He spoke unbelievably well, Dane Rampy.
Incredible.
And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand about Sydney is that, okay, you see it all out on the ground, but it's not just there. It's also in the change rooms, and it's in the change rooms on Monday to Friday where they care for each other. They work so hard together. It's certainly not an easy market to play in Sydney as an AFL team and as an AFL club. But they are just a sensational football club. Sensational football club.
Incredible. 7th grand final in 20 years.
It doesn't matter who you talk to. They've just got good people, and good organisations have good people everywhere, and it spreads through there, and there's no surprise why they continue to be up the top and trying to win flags.
And all you can do is keep going back to the well.
Exactly right, yep.
And it certainly doesn't dry up for a Sydney.
No.
You mentioned, that crept up on me, Dane Rampy, the fourth grand final.
Yep.
Amazing, yeah.
Yep, so his first grand final, obviously, back in 2014, which he made his debut in 2013, the year before, which, of course, the Swans were the reigning premiers that particular year. So 12th player to play 250 games for Sydney/South Melbourne.
We don't have a crowd figure. I've been desperately searching for it. But what we can guarantee is anything over 30-odd thousand, which it was. It's probably 39,000 or so. We'll see Sydney get more than 500,000 fans in for the first time that they've passed that figure in Sydney. So that is, that makes them the biggest team in Sydney by a considerable margin. Now, I'm not going as far as some people saying that the AFL will take over rugby league. I think that's a ridiculous thing to say. But what they have done now is to become not just a great program on field, but a great team in this city.
So what they're doing is basically replicating what Melbourne Storm do in Melbourne. Like, they fit in to the sporting environment. They don't try to dominate and the like. Melbourne Storm are an ultra successful organisation as well. But they don't try and go fight with the AFL and be better. Sydney just fit in here and people come to their games.
And Sydney's a very different city, isn't it? I mean, Clint, you grew up here. To think that everyone very much lives in their boroughs and stuff, don't they? It's hard to travel around and move from place to place. It feels to me, as I spent a couple of years living here, that Aussie rules and the Sydney Swans have taken the place in the eastern suburbs that perhaps once rugby union held, and that they've moved in. And I know when I was living here in 2017 and 2018 and I was out driving on a Saturday and Sunday morning, I would drive past little Auskick games as opposed to, once upon a time maybe they were little rugby union games.
And what I would also say, I think that's right. I think that's a very astute judgment. But just the way that they built, I remember coming here in the early 90s and slowly the crowd to a point where you actually had to educate the fans about what holding the ball was. And they used to have to put that on the big screen. And I was here for the famous Plugger Pig incident. So I remember the early days where there was literally one van out the front of where the Victor Trumper stand now is to sell merchandise. There was one that you made your way in through. And now you come here, we rolled in today, the AFLW team's training out the front. They've got a massive crowd of Swans people. They have the big march as they walk their way here from the entertainment precinct down the way. It's become incredibly, for what was a transplanted team from South Melbourne, part of Sydney's DNA.
Yeah.
And I'll go back to the days of Warwick Kappa, and I'm not sure, even with a couple of enormous wins, that anyone thought that Sydney, the Swans, would become such an important part of Sydney, and they have.
Yeah.
And everyone who's been involved along the way, and I go right back to the days of when they brought Ron Barassi here, almost to save the club from some of the dark days. And I love Gary Buckenara, but there were some dark days under Gary Buckenara when the club was on the precipice for a number of occasions. To where we are now, where they are part of this town, is immense.
It also proves, doesn't it, and we've seen this in the competition recently, that it's easier to stay good than it is to get good. And that feels like that's been proven over and over again. The Herald Sun, by the way, are reporting that the crowd has come in at 44,053, so 44053. Hope that helps out whoever was asking us off the SMS a little bit earlier. Clarko, I think it was. 44053 is the crowd figure. And next door, at the great and glorious game of rugby league, as my friend Roy Masters likes to say, 19,124. So one is much better TV sport than the other, and one's better in attendance, but take that with a grain of salt and for whatever it's worth. 26-18 is how it finished next door. The Sharks winners by 8 over the Cowboys, so they move on and the Cowboys are done.
I would make the point, this isn't an NRL versus AFL.
No.
Not at all. I like both codes, but from where Sydney have come to where they are now, and you mentioned that the record they've had is quite remarkable. Just one other score, by the way, for our friends in the West, the Wildcats started their season with a win, 106 to the Southeast Melbourne Phoenix 98. Just to wrap things up.
Stand together, West Australia.
Correct.
The Wildcats back in town. A couple of other points out of the Swans before we pull apart Port Adelaide tonight. We're on air, by the way, for another 20 minutes or so. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Sydney, the first team through to the 2024 Grand Final. All right, I've got a checklist of 4 different names here. I'm going to start at the top. Callum Mills. If he does all the training this week and proves his fitness on the track, and he comes to you and says, Coach, I'm ready to go. I'm 18 days removed from a hamstring injury at training. Look at me run out here. Are you playing him, Matty Promise?
If he can train fully, yes. But that's a big risk because you're going shorter than 18 days to train fully. And as you mentioned, Horse has been through this before, and he'll have a memory that I can't allow this to happen again. And they're fit, and they got through this game fit and healthy. So really, really important decision. The pro fitness staff, they're going to be under the pump this week.
Can I throw one more into the mix?
Yeah.
He played 7 games this year, won 5, lost 2, but only 7 games.
Yeah, he's and as Dane Rampy said, if anyone can get up and get through the year that he's done, he hasn't played much footy and been injured all pre-season. He can, but it's a big risk no matter who he is and what standing he has in your team. So
if he looks John Longmire in the eye and says he's ready, John Longmire's playing him.
Oh, is that because he's the captain?
Yep.
And the expectation is you don't tell me a fib.
That's right.
We've been here before.
If the captain's telling you a fib, you've got a problem.
Yep.
That filters further down into the club.
So where do we sit then on Phil Davis playing for the Giants a couple of years ago, who clearly should not have played?
It was a disaster, wasn't it?
Did he tell the coach that he was?
He said he was right to go.
The just on that, by the way, Mills is clearly going to have to do some high-speed running during the week, isn't he? They will test him out big time midweek.
He'll need to, the thing is, the high-performance staff will know the max speed that he's hitting the game.
Yep.
And he'll need to get very, very close to that in training.
And a few times.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Not once. He'll need to do some sustained burst of speed like that to see if the hamstring can hold up.
And second Rocky mention of the night, if the hamstring dies, it dies. So that's that matter of it. Yep. Logan McDonald, so he finished the day with his ankle in a bucket of ice. This is so hard to tell. Everything from a rolled ankle where you think, oh, well, he's got a lot of time icing it up, to the dreaded syndesmosis and everything else.
Well, it looked like the inside of the ankle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think that's...
So what does that usually mean?
Sore.
Yep.
Sore.
But we'll see him there.
Yep.
Yeah, they wouldn't have put him back out there if there was any chance of it. He'll be, no worries.
The old hyperbaric chamber.
Yep. Optimism around Logan McDonald. Mills work to do during the week. We've spoken about Rampy, our guys, Matty Promise and Adam Ramanauskas feel like he'll be okay after his MRO incident with, we say MRO incident, one that will at least be looked at by the MRO after colliding with Butters early in the game. Tay Adams is an emotional one, so this is a heartbreaking story. He missed out last year with Collingwood. He couldn't bear going back to the club, and as a result, looked for a trade, came back to Sydney. He's not in their best 22, and seemingly it looks as if he's going to be watching on again on Grand Final Day.
Well, he wasn't in their best 26.
No.
If you count the 3 emergencies tonight, so I think that's enough of a statement in itself.
Yeah, unfortunately, bypassed. It would have been interesting to see what his decision was to come up here, because you look at Sydney's midfield, and you have to be a pretty good player to think you're going to sneak in there, aren't you? And, unfortunately, I can't see him making it.
Swans are the first team through to the 2024 Grand Final. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Swans by 36 over Port Adelaide. Unfortunately for the Power, their season ends on preliminary final night. Let's get into the Power rooms with Declan Byrne.
I'm joined by Darcy Byrne-Jones. Darcy, try some up. How are you feeling at the moment?
Obviously extremely disappointed. Obviously a lot of hard work goes into getting to where we are now, and to fall short again is pretty shattering.
The boys are milling around with the families here. I'm sure you've had a chance to regroup. Have you thought about what went wrong yet, or are you not at that stage?
Obviously they converted pretty well inside 50, and we probably weren't able to. And then once they got a jump, it was always going to be hard to call things back based around how they defend. So, on first thought, that's probably where things went wrong. But credit to them, they've been a really strong side all year, and they're going to be hard to beat next week.
Was there a message at quarter time or half time that you thought could get you back into it? You thought you could find a way?
Yeah, we maintained belief, throughout most of the game, I thought, and we fought pretty hard to the end, but we just couldn't get on a roll and couldn't quite score quickly enough to get ourselves back in it.
Throw it upstairs. Adam Ramanauskas, Matt Primus.
Well, Das, firstly, happy birthday, mate. I know it's not the birthday that you would have liked, but it's still important to acknowledge your birthday. I always find it interesting in these games, and I can hear the obvious disappointment in your voice, but Do you still define it as a successful season for Port Adelaide?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably pretty hard to say it's a success when your ultimate goal is to obviously win a grand final. So, we've worked hard to put ourselves in a position to potentially do that this year, and we've fallen short, which is obviously extremely disappointing. But I guess in order to win it, you've got to put yourselves in these positions and be willing to get to be feeling hurt like we are tonight. So I guess we'll regroup over the next few days and review the season. But to call it a success is probably pretty difficult right now. Yeah.
What's the one area of the game? What's the one player that you think is needed to take that next step that you talk about? Is there a part of your game that you continue to wrestle with, and I'm talking about the team here, that you continue to wrestle with the whole season? You just couldn't get it right.
It's a tough one right now. I think you just got to come back next season and just continue to improve and just bring an appetite to want to defend again and continue to tinker with how we move the ball forward and how we convert. So. It's a pretty tough one to fully comprehend right now, but I'm sure we'll be able to sit down and identify things we need to work on and potentially get some players in that might help us.
Darcy, Matty Primus up here. Bad luck about tonight. What was, if you can tell us, what was Ken's message to you after when you get back in the rooms? Obviously, everyone's heads are down and disappointment, all those sorts of things. But what was his message? Because you guys have been through a fair bit this year together.
Yeah, he sort of just touched on the pride he had for the group, and we've had some individuals really step up and take their game to a new level this year. So acknowledge the hurt as well, and try to learn from it, I guess, and try and stay as positive as you can, despite the situation being obviously pretty disappointing.
Hey, Das, appreciate so much of your time after such a result for you on preliminary final night. Enjoy the summer, and we'll see you back in 2025.
Thanks, gents.
Darcy Byrne-Jones, All-Australian from the Power. Yeah.
I have so much respect for that.
So do I.
Prepared to actually talk. You know that there'll be people listening, and your supporters will be around, not just SA, but around the rest of the country, to be able to come forward and let people know how you're feeling as a group. Enormous credit.
Well, he didn't even need to say how he was feeling.
No,
you just
hear
it in his voice, the disappointment. And like Darcy's 29 today, and he's played nearly 200 games now. I think that was game 199 tonight. So he's been around for a few of those prelim final losses now, and it's just defining. A lot of players define their career by winning a premiership, but you can still have successful careers without doing that. And I know we play for the ultimate prize, and there's only one team that can do it. But again, they've got to go back to the well.
It felt like a pretty tame way to go out for Port Adelaide.
Considering last week's game.
So spirited, and there was so much energy, and that's always been, I guess, the criticism of Ken, and that he got asked a question last week, is this the Ken Hinkley experience, and the huge emotional game as to how do they back that up next week? How do they make sure that everyone doesn't get too high and too low, that they come back and it looked like a listless performance from Port Adelaide, and you spoke about it at length throughout the night, Rummer, about, are we going to see something different? Is something going to change? Is the mix going to change?
It didn't change.
No.
I couldn't, Matty, I couldn't believe that last quarter.
Yeah.
Like the margin at 3 quarters, 40 points.
40 points, yep.
And you start your captain on the bench. You throw the tag out the window with Willem Drew, and you put Horn, Francis, Butters and Rosie in that first centre bounce. And you try get some momentum. So Rosie didn't come on in that last quarter to the 7-minute mark.
Yep. It is weird not to have your skipper there when message Ken would have been at 3/4 time let's keep having all those sorts of things, and then your skipper goes to the bench, so that deflates you a bit. And they've got some soul searching to do with, because they do a lot of good stuff, and that's not me saying as a Port person. They do a lot of good stuff. They just got to tinker with 3 or 4 or 5% more, and that's going to get them to win a preliminary final. have they got? But as Darcy was saying, then you actually got to go back and do another whole pre-season again, do another home and away season, and have they got the drive as a collective to do that again?
What did you make of the sub? Because I thought, I did think it wasn't working the way that they were going inside forward 50. The tools weren't there. Maybe it was just time to bring one of the tools off. But Mead wasn't horrible unless he was hurt and we're not aware of it. It seemed to be a tactical sub from what we heard downstairs.
So Ratugolea had 3 possessions and 1 mark for the game. Georgiades had 8 possessions and 4 marks for the game, 1 goal, 1. And Charlie Dixon had 12 possessions. A lot of those 12 possessions were when he went up into the ruck and 3 marks.
So go small.
Go small.
Yeah.
Change the whole look.
That's been their problem this year when they've lost. They're too tall and the pressure's way off and the ball bounces out of there. And it hasn't happened often, but it does. And that's when it bites them. And then selection-wise, they can't get through that when they pick their team. And so even though you sub a tall off, one position sort of doesn't make a difference, so they have to find a different way of going forward because that's a couple of years now where that's brought them unstuck.
Does Ken coach round 1 next year?
I hope so. I hope he gets to see out the contract because he does love the football club and he's mentioned it a number of times. He loves his players and I think they love him. Now, that's up to the powers to be, of course, Matty, but I hope he gets to see out that contract.
Yeah, I think he will. I think it's... there's too much to go under and you never know what you're going to get if you let him go.
Jake Nile, who you'll hear on the Sunday AFL program, last week was reported, spoke to David Koch, will coach next year. Yep. Point blank, will coach next year, Ken Hinkley.
Is that a good thing?
Well,
it's like the full support of the board. And
he could have fudged, he could have tiptoed around. Apparently, he was pretty straight up and down. Our finals player of the year, we've been doing this throughout the final series, our ABC vote. So, by the way, the leaders in this particular award, and I've got these written down here, Newcombe on 6, Tom Green on 4. Obviously, those guys have played 2 games. So, John Newcombe best of field in both of his 2 finals, according to our experts. And then top votes for Holmes, Heaney, Zorko and Hogan in the 3 games, or in those 4 games, all got top votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, or Finals Footballer of the Year as it is here in 2024. Adam Ramanauskas, you've got our 3-2-1 tonight.
I gave 1 to Harry Cunningham. I thought his job on Willie Rioli was critical to the result, held Rioli to 7 possessions and 1 goal. He had 13 himself. He had 10 marks in this game and he had 4 score involvement himself, Harry Cunningham. Errol Goulden was terrific tonight. He's the 2 votes, 27 possessions, 7 inside 50s and 6 score involvements. And I gave 3 to Isaac Heaney.
Cool. So that takes Heaney to 6 in our votes, which means
24 possessions, 6 clearances, 12 of those contested, 6 tackles, 8 score involvements and 2 goals, 1 himself.
3 for Heaney, 2 for Goulden, 1 for Cunningham. So Sydney by 6 goals over Port Adelaide. They're the first team through to the 2024 Grand Final. We'll keep a watch on Dane Rampy, who had a late collision with Zach Butters, but our experts think he'll be okay to play. Meanwhile, concerns for Logan McDonald, who had a left ankle injury, had it on ice in the final quarter. Both Mills and Adams, 2 players on the outside looking in. Mills will have to try and prove his fitness during the week. Interestingly, of the 23 that played tonight, 19 of them have Grand Final experience. The only 4 that will be experiencing it for the first time if they roll out with the same team next Saturday. Logan McDonald, who was the heartbreak story 2 years ago, Matt Roberts, Joel Amati and Lewis Malikan, who missed the entire 2022 season. So they're the only 4 guys from the Swans that haven't featured on this weekend. One last topic I just want to hit on is John Longmire. So one of the best coaches of his generation, clearly has won as many games as anyone during that time. And yet now he's starting to stack together grand final losses. And it will be, as we love to say in the sports media game nowadays, a narrative that we'll be talking about all week in the lead up to the grand final. So wins in 2022. They got pumped in 2014 with Buddy. 2016 is the one that really isn't focused on a lot. They were a heavy favourite. And because the Dogs pulled off the fairy tale, it's almost been forgotten a little bit. And then 2022, they were almost anti-competitive. They were beaten wide.
All the time.
And the MCG is really the only thing that this Sydney team hasn't conquered. And even though they're the number 1 team of the year, it'll be a storyline again as we watch John Longmire make his way across the ground for his press conference. So how much pressure's on him leading into next Saturday?
Well, pressure because you're in the grand final, number 1. I don't think that narrative would be too strong on him. I just think it would be same. I know Chris Scott has won more recently, but just the way that these two, if they Geelong make it, the way these 2 clubs operate and how they go about it, I don't think there'd be too much pressure. We just sit back and admire their ability to just keep on competing and putting yourself at a chance to win another flag, because they're hard to win. There's a lot of clubs who haven't won them for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, and this club continually knocks on the door and gives themselves an opportunity. So I wouldn't have thought that narrative would come into it.
You'd take finals 12 out of 14 seasons, and as of tonight, 14 wins from 27 finals.
I don't think there's an ounce of pressure on John Lundmeyer, because he keeps putting his team in a position to win a grand final, and that's all that you can ask.
And they keep evolving with the game. That's them and Geelong. That's why they keep doing it, because they keep on evolving and changing and not playing the same way. And so he obviously listens to other people who come into the club, and that's what great clubs do. You don't know it all. You get people in to teach you different things and keep on evolving.
A storyline we spoke about all week. The Swans, they snapped that 8-game losing streak. So first win over Port Adelaide since 2016. And out of the 5 times we've seen a team lose by 100 points and meet again in the finals, 4 of them have come back to win it. So the Swans keeping that good storyline going. Thanks to Tegan, our tech on the buttons, to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. Thanks to Declan Byrne for all his work downstairs. Clint, I will see you at the footy tomorrow. Rama, thanks for coming up.
Fantastic. Another great year of ABC sport and football.
It wouldn't be the ABC without you, Ram, during our footy coverage. And Matty Primus, thanks for coming up. Go the mighty Southport Sharks on Sunday.
Good luck, mate.
He leads the Southport Sharks into that grand final. Matt Primus, part of our team on ABC Sport as well, of course, as the coach of the Sharks. All right, all the shows tomorrow, 10 a.m. in WA, it is Sports Talk, 11 o'clock in SA for SA Grandstand, Josh Carr the guest, and from 12 noon in Victoria and Tas. And to follow in SA, it's AFL Saturday. The Swans, grand final bound.